certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. It's showtime. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Happy 4th of July week. Happy 4th of July week. The weekend's still coming up. A lot of stuff to talk about what's coming up this week, what we're doing this week. I don't have Matt this week. Matt's very busy, so what I've decided to do, you guys have been extremely supportive of the show, especially the last few months. We've had some good fortune. We're going to take evening shows off for the 4th of July weekend. I don't know how much people are going to be inside watching streaming shows at night anyway this week. So I just figured we'll do the 3 morning shows, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and we'll take the evening shows off. And that'll be the holiday week. Hey, some people are taking this whole week off. We're going to do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Johnny's going to be on a little bit later today. We got some stuff I want to address, and then we'll bring Johnny on. I didn't want to have Johnny on while I address this stuff because I didn't want people going like, oh, he's going to have a yes man on. Blah, blah. First of all, the thing I'm going to address today, I'm not addressing it for people who hate Steel Toe or hang out on hate Reddits or host hate shows. It doesn't matter what would come out about me. If it was positive, they'd deny it. If it was negative, they'd accept it, whether it was true or not. So I'm not going to waste my breath defending myself against people who want me dead. That would be ridiculous. So I'm going to talk about it for the fans. And honestly, this is something, I'm sorry to say, that's been addressed on this program before by myself and April. This is something that we addressed the best we could at the time because of what we're both under before. So over the weekend, a small corner of the internet got a hold of it and went, aha, my smoking gun. Really? A 2.5-year-old fight with no allegations of abuse from either of the two parties, but rather a third party retelling as that third party is putting legal papers on both of us. I mean, all right, fine. I'll address it. First of all, we'll get to it in a little bit. We'll talk about the whole thing. I will say this. I have been talking to people in private. Keanu and I had a lovely talk yesterday. I'm not going to say the specifics of the talk, but let's just say it made me feel a lot better about the whole thing. There is a way I can talk to people in private about this that I cannot talk about publicly. Right now, a third party has an order on both April and I that really prevents us from fully talking about the full story of all of this stuff. Unfortunately, I will just say this. The part that people who hate this show are focusing on is a part that when the both of us saw it, when we got our separate copies of the paperwork, we both went, oh, Jesus Christ, that was not, no. And there was upsetness and everything. I'll tell you this. We got this paperwork that leaked. April and I got it in January of this year. And I will say the Ricadas were there. The Ricadas were there when we got it. And, flat out, we were both like, oh, that is not the way it happened. That is not. So, yeah, I got witnesses on that one. I'm not too worried about it. We'll get to it in a second. I actually did do notes on this. And the reason I did notes is because if I mention a third party in a particular way, I could find myself in deep trouble. And I don't want to do that. So I'm going to try to talk about this in a way that limits. It's tough because I have to talk about it in a way that limits third party involvement. But the only reason this exists is because of third party involvement. It's fucking, I'll tell you something else. I really hope for all of you, whether you love me or hate me, I hope the worst fight of your relationship, marriage, girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, I really hope that a shoddy description of your worst fight ever never becomes public, because it just gets retarded. Now, did this get terrible? No. I mean, like I said, it was a very small corner of the internet, whatever. In fact, when I was talking to Keanu yesterday, Keanu was like, this is all just your haters. She goes, honestly, I don't even know if you should address it tomorrow. And I'm like, no, you know what? I want to address it for two reasons. One, because we've addressed it before. April and I have talked about this exact thing in the past on the show as best we could at the time, because we were upset. Do you remember when April would keep referring to a stack of papers full of lies? That's what she would be. She would be talking about an order that she got. I'm not going to say about mine. Not saying anything about mine. It was about an order that she got that I also received for myself. And she was not too keen about the stuff that was in it. Neither was I. Some of the stuff in it makes April and I look great. And that's the stuff from about 8-9 months ago. So here's what happened. Over on Kiwi Farms, remember the guy who leaked the Ricada 9-year-old testing positive for coke document? Yeah, that guy. He got a hold of a protection order that's out against me from a third party, and a protection order that's against April from a third party. This was something that broke April and I's hearts at the time, because we were everything was going very well. There's a theme in April and I's relationship where everything is going really well and a third party incident finds its way in there. That was a common theme, where April and I would be on a hot streak, and then it always seemed like something from the outside wanted to come in. Not any specific person, just something from the outside. So in January of this year, April and I both get served with the document that leaked. And as April and I get served with the document that leaked, and the Ricadas were over, we sat, we cried, we talked about it, everything else. We went through everything in it, and we were like, and honestly, when you get one of these, we looked through it, and both of us went, no, 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 no. And we decided we're going to fight this. And as it got more and more expensive to fight it, as we found no headway in negotiating a different form of it, because, this thing wouldn't let April drive the children to pick. You remember when Monday shows had to move to 7:30? That's because April was not legally allowed to drop the children off. This person didn't want, this order didn't want April dropping the children off or picking the children up. And any parent will tell you that's going to drive a wedge between those relationships. So this whole thing comes out. I will say this. I could easily come out here and go, oh, yeah, that leak, it's a total fake. Look how shitty it looks. I will say this. It is the incomplete order. It's not the whole thing. I mentioned things in it to people, and they're like, that's not in here. Well, no, that's okay. That's fascinating. But I think it's just one. I don't know if it's mine or hers, but it's one of the two. And it's just... Look, again, I have to be careful with how I say this. There's a lot in there. There's a lot in there. And naturally, I'm not going to agree with everything that's in there. April didn't agree with everything that's in there. I will say this, no matter how much April and I dislike each other at this point, and we do, I do wish she was here to talk about this one. Because one thing I think her and I would still be lockstep on this issue, because like I said, we've discussed it before. So this document gets leaked, and in the document, ignoring everything else in the document, everyone who hates my guts goes right to a screenshot of a text that April had sent a third party after a massive fight we had. It was early 2022. It was about 2.5 years ago. This fight. So a fight 2.5 years ago, we were I can't really say what we were. Let's just say we were fighting about texts we got that didn't seem to match up. One of us got a text saying one thing. One of us got a text saying another thing. I won't say who it was from, anything like that. We didn't know that we got conflicting texts until we made up after the fight. But one of us was operating on the information we had. The other one was operating on the information they had. Big miscommunication starts a massive fight. We start fighting. More on the fight in a second. So this text comes out about this terrible fight we had 2.5 years ago. It comes out in this order that a third party is putting on the two of us. Two of us doing fantastic. Wonderful relation. Like I said, April and I may have had our problems, but one thing both of us say, even in the text that between April and I, when we were going through the actual divorce and she was picking up her stuff and everything else, one thing we always said, when it was good, it was great. We were amazing. You have your problems like every other couple. And then you throw stepkids and step-parents and parents and everything else in it. It can get stressful. It can get tough. But as far as this text message in the order, April is talking to a third party who she considered a friend at the time. She was venting right after a terrible fight. And she said, basically saying, I'm this, I'm that. And then says we were fighting face to face. We had our faces pressed against each other, fighting, and that I squeezed her until she couldn't breathe. And then the third party says, in another conversation, the third party uses the term headbutt. Nobody fucking headbutted anybody. Nobody in our relationship ever fucking hit anybody. And I'm going to say this. If you're a friend of mine and a friend of April's, look at how we were together. Look at how the two of us were. Use your eyeballs. Use your experiences. Not in a million years. Not in a million years would I ever physically hurt her. Not in a million years would she ever physically hurt me. So April and I are having this fight. We're in the kitchen. And I mean, it's getting bad. It's every bad fight you have. It's that. It's the first bad fight of our marriage. It is just, throwing everything back and forth at each other. Threaten, let's just call it then. Let's just be done. Let's just, that whole throw your hands up thing. And then, at one point I go, then go back to Litchfield. And she's like, I don't want to fuck. That kind of shit. It's one of those fights. So then as we're fighting in the kitchen, the kids come upstairs. Rule number 1 of parenting, you do not fight in front of your children. So as the kids come upstairs and we are nose to nose. I can't, you fucking this and that. And we're fighting. Kids come upstairs. Here's my mistake. I wrap my arms around April and I go, we can't fight in front of the kids. We can't fight in front of we're not going to do this in front of the kids. We'll pick this up later or we'll go upstairs. She gets off of me. She didn't want to be touched. That was the squeezing. Total bullshit. I didn't want to fight in front of the kids. However, if you ever be in a fight and you touch someone or you hug someone, they don't want to be touched. They don't want to be hugged. Yeah, that doesn't go well. I touched her when she didn't want to be touched. That's it. So then she goes for a drive. She goes and texts a third party venting. I get a text from a third party a couple days later critical of April, saying that, oh, the kids said that she was fighting with you in front of and I'm like, well, no, that's not, we stopped it, blah, blah, blah. Just kind of that a little too involved, like nosy shit. Like, no, we're fine. So April and I have this big, massive fight. She goes venting to someone who she thought was a friend. That then gets used 2 years later, that gets used to get this order. I mean, a big fight between a couple, no abuse, and this really sucks because April's perspective would be really important here because there was a third party that used the term headbutt. April never used headbutt. I never used headbutt. We were face-to-face arguing quietly. That whole thing where you're saying shit, but you don't want people to hear, so you're this fucking close. God, you just make me so fucking mad. That kind of thing. Total horseshit. This idea of a fucking headbutt. In fact, I'm a little mad that I even need to address this because it came out. Nobody fucking hit anybody ever in our relationship. Matter of fact, this was the worst fight we'd ever had. I would say even the fights about cocaine and drugs and all that weren't as bad as this. I mean, they were bad. If you've ever fought with someone who's using stuff like that, it can get crazy because it's people in two different realities. This was the worst fight we'd ever had. And then it got made public in an order that, how do I say this? I do believe this order was, I believe that this order was used in many ways. There. I believe this order was used in many ways. And I believe the thing that the order was to protect from, that text had nothing to do with it, in my opinion. In my opinion, I don't think that text had anything to do with the point of the order, but it's in there anyway. Nothing you can do. April and I have talked about this specific fight on the air. April and I have talked about this giant stack of papers that got released on the air. We've discussed it, but it went public. We address it. Now, here's what I'll say about that text part, and I'll talk about the other stuff that's in the order. Here's what I'll say about the text part. If you ever think that April and I ever had that kind of relationship, get off my side. Honest to Christ. If you think that her and I, if you've seen us together, if you've watched us together, if you ever think that either of us would do that to one another, honestly, I guess our relationship is different than I thought it was, because there is no fucking way I've never hit a human being outside of a fucking boxing ring. I put Tony Rodriguez in a headlock senior year of baseball because he charged at me like a retard with his head down. Stupid. Why would you just grab him like that and you hold him? Still got suspended. Never hit anyone outside of a boxing ring. So we have the bad fight. What's funny is April and I made up that night. April and I were fine that night. We had a terrible fight. I would say we had probably 3 of these fights our whole relationship. And every time we came to an understanding, we were better within 12 hours. It was a couples fucking fight. It happens. So we make up. again, I'm looking at my notes here because I don't want to. I had to negotiate last night with another party, so to figure out what I could say and what I couldn't say, so I didn't fucking end up in trouble over this. Obviously, our marriage went on for 2 more years after this horrible thing where the bullshit accusation here that, by the way, April never made. April never made an accusation that I hit her. Never once. That accusation came from the words of a third party. Never, ever. Not, as the title of the episode says, not once, not ever. So our marriage goes on for 2 more years. So I'm sorry, but a marriage that goes on for 2 more years, pretty much happily for that 2 years, and then we know what happened next, the next half of that 2.5 years. But the marriage continues on for 2 years. Fine. Going great. Now, this is the part where it gets kind of tough for me to address it. I have to be very careful here. And this is the lead up to the order that got leaked online. At the beginning of our relationship, April was on very good terms with all of the parents. And I thought that was fucking great because I'd been in a relationship where the relationship between the person I was with and another person was really contentious, really bad. And that is remarkably stressful, really stressful. It's fucking difficult, man. It really does make things hard. I don't like it. My preference would be either there's friendliness or just professionalism. I've learned over the years that it's hard to be friends. Like that's a hard friendship to maintain because your interests are going to conflict sometimes. I would rather have friendship or business-like relationship. And my dream was always drop off, pick up. Drop off, pick up. That's it. And we're good. You know, drop off, pick up, anything that needs to get taken care of gets taken care of there. Perfect. April and another person had a friendship that I thought was great. My life had never been easier. Never been easier. Scheduling, drop off, pick up, everything was good. Then there came an incident where April and I, this was right after the big fight. We compared text messages and there were different things. Put it that way. I said, well, this is what I got. And she goes, well, this is what I got. And we looked at it and we went, that doesn't jive. That's a little weird. So then as I look here through my notes, things started to sour. Trust started to get dissolved between other parties. And as that trust dissolved, April felt she should write a letter. So April wrote a letter to another person, outlining all of their complaints, outlining all of the things they objected to, outlining, all of the things that I don't remember the letter. I don't remember exactly what was in it. I just knew that she hand wrote a letter, hand delivered it to somebody, and that letter was not well received. That letter caused some problems. And after that, this nice, this is what I'm talking about. Like when you try to have that kind of friendship and then there's conflict of interest, it gets tough. So then after that, there was tension. And I don't like that kind of tension. So, and in fairness, April did not like that kind of tension. So now in the order, there's another thing. There's a group text where we're talking about, hey, I have an idea. April and I had this idea because we were talking to a couple of our friends who are also listeners of the show. We were at a rodeo together and they said, well, we all have, the parents and step parents, we all have a group text that we go into. And everything gets handled through the group text. And we went, that's it. Let's do that. That way, no, I get this text, you get that text. We have a group text, everything's good. Well, the problem with proposing the group text was after the letter, now all of a sudden there's people who don't want to speak to other people. So I proposed the group text mostly because there was a situation where there were conflicting text messages. And I said, why don't we all, stepdad, stepmom, mom, dad, why doesn't everybody be involved in one group text? That was my brilliant brainchild. I go, here we go. This is going to fix everything. After the letter, there was no interest in a group text. After the letter, there was no wantonness for a group text, for, communication between everyone. That's like last week, that's when mediation started. And I felt the need to go to bat for my wife's parental abilities. And so we started going to mediation. And in that mediation, we got a couple of things that we wanted. Not everything that we wanted, a couple of things that we wanted. And then shortly after that mediation wrapped up, the document that leaked online, we got served with it. And it had all of these stories from 2 years ago and all of these other stories. And there's a couple other shitty things about April in another doc. I didn't see it in this document, but there were a couple other shitty things. There was, of course, the clip from our show and all of that. I can't speak to the veracity of it. I'm not allowed to speak to how I feel about that. It is what it is. It's in the document. People obviously can see it. But it was definitely, there was definitely animosity. It all blew up. It all got incredibly out of hand. I will say that I think that 2-year-old text message is, I can't say that. I will say this about the main thing that people are bitching about. Not once, not ever. Neither of us ever physically abused the other. That is fucking ridiculous. Please, with that shit, no. We had a bad fight 2.5 years ago, and 2 years later, some venting that we did after the fight got thrown out there publicly, which, I hope that never happens to you. I really hope that never happens to you, because it's just so unfair. But it's out there. I wanted to address it today. If we'll go to the audience, we'll go to the super chats here. We'll see what people think. But I'll say this: if you think that April and I ever had anything physically abusive going on, you haven't been paying attention. Not once, not ever. Total horseshit. And this is one of those times. Again, as much as I don't like April, and April does not like me right now, I wish that she could talk about this. I wish that she was on air right next to me and she could go, hey, by the way, Aaron, I fucking hate your guts. You're a piece of shit. Oh, by the way, never headbutted me, never choked me, anything like that. No, of course not. As a matter of fact, this has been addressed on the show before. This document has been addressed on the show before. So there we go. It's been addressed. I'm not going to go any further with it because I don't want to take any chances. I was talking with a third party yesterday. I got some assurances that I had some leeway to talk about this and defend myself. I just couldn't say anything bad. I will say this: the mother of my children and I are on very good terms right now. I'd like to keep it that way. This came out publicly. She said, yes, absolutely, defend yourself. And then we worked out some terms. So, again, I hope your worst fight you've ever had never becomes public because it's fucking embarrassing. But no. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Headbutting. What a fucking savage move a headbutt would be. To go to someone. Dude, even headbutting a guy would be a fucking animalistic move. Whew. No. Never. Like, the fucking animal you have to be. I was raised a lot better than that to fucking hit a woman or squeeze a woman. Jesus fucking Christ. Now, I will say this. If you hate me, this is Christmas for you. Go ahead. Do what you want to do. Not that you need my permission. I'm addressing this for the fans. That's it. And I don't even know why. I bet you the fans are probably saying things like, you don't need to address this with me. Never once in a million years did we think this about you guys. Still, it's out there. I want to talk about it. I want to be on record. There we go. We can move on with the show. All right. Flimsy Greenberg with here we go. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you. Oh, by the way, to the mods in the chat, don't just go banning people because they want to shit on me or make fun of me or whatever. That's fine. If people are spamming the chat, though, and being obnoxious, then you can cut them loose. But if they just want to talk some shit, let them talk some shit. Flimsy Greenberg with 199 says, woman beater morning show. All right. Based Pill with $2 says, I can't breathe. Adam Simon with $2, I can't breathe. April says, don't hurt me, handsome, with $2. Based Pill with $2 says, thank God April is in a safer place now. Yeah. Shit Show with 199. You will be spit roasted in jail. I guess I'm going to jail now. Funeral Director with $2 says, gone for a week. Are we still talking about Nick? No. As a matter of fact, you know what's funny about that? Is that Friday after the show, I was like, I'm done talking about this fucking Rekieta shit. The audience is tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of hearing about it. When the body cam shit comes out, I guess we'll talk about it then. But otherwise, I'm done. Then this thing leaks out, and I'm like, what a bunch of fucking bullshit. And I guess I drove people nuts because I was like, I'm not going to talk about this till my show Monday. People can run with this. They can have their fun with it, whatever. But, like, the first thing I thought was headbutt. Really? The funniest part is April never even said headbutt. That was a third-party interjection in a document that was meant to stop April and I from talking. Like I said, if people hate you, they'll run with anything. NJ Ranger with 199 says, I believe you, Aaron. I think those Antifas did it. No. Look. It was a fucking nasty fight. Funeral Director with $2 says, have you ever held her by her clothes in an argument? Held her by her clothes. No. I don't know what that means. Flimsy Greenberg, we read all the texts. You are slime. Yeah, look, there's a lot I can't say about all that. But, yeah, okay, I'm slime. Based Pill with $2 says, did you guys make that Rob Zombie concert then? No, we didn't. We never did. We were really sad about that because we were excited. 199 with Lance says, crawl back to that hole in Litchfield. Yeah, didn't say that. I did say go back to Litchfield. We were having a fucking terrible fight. She was going like, oh, you even fucking want me here? I don't even want blah, blah, blah. Like, you have the nastiest fight. You say the horrible shit. And then I said, well, then go back to Litchfield. Yeah, it was a fucking awful fight. Nick and Trump both humbly served unjust sentences, to be honest, says Funeral Director. Beef Durkee says, Team Aaron all the way. April had it coming. Like I said, we both talked about it on the show. I'm sorry, it just didn't happen. It just didn't happen. $2 from Comedy Shaman. April had it coming. Mac with $4.99 says, we love you, Toe. Thank you, buddy. $2 from Denny says, can you smell it already? It's the seat next to SJ. I don't know what that means. But thank you, Denny. All right, let's add her up. Let's go 5, 10, 15, 20. 25 off today's goal. Thank you guys very much. 295 away from knocking it out today. There you go, boys and girls. There's the links in the chat if you'd like to make it 16 in a row. So there we go. It's been addressed. It's been discussed. And off we go with another show. Yeah, see, I'm looking at the Rumble chat. There's a lot of them. I can't. They're really good points, but unfortunately, I can't read them. Like I can't read them. Like people asking questions about certain people, I can't talk about it. I mean, there's certain people I can't talk about, which fucking stinks. It really does suck. But there was, let's just say 2.5 years ago, nobody hit anybody. Nobody squeezed or choked anybody. And there's something I want to say. Let's just say things can get used when they need to be used. Jay Warren with $5 says people need to stop trying to ruin the Menards, Dad. Hey, you know what? You become a target. It happens. Packerbacker with $5 says, dude, I've wanted to headbutt my wife into orbit. Trust me, been there, bitches be tripping. Yeah, I didn't even, that's the funniest thing. I didn't feel the need to headbutt anyone. There were kids around. We're this close to each other's faces. You fucking make me so crazy. That's not blah, blah, blah. And we were fucking nose to nose fighting. Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, again, I'll tell you this. If you hate me and you've always hated me and you've always hated my show, this is Christmas for you. I get it. This is fucking Christmas for you. But if you're being honest, a fight from 2.5 years ago when clearly April and I were fine after that, I mean, kind of hard to hide that. You're on every day together. I mean, just the ridiculousness of the idea that would happen is just silly. And like I was talking with Keanu yesterday, she's like, no. She's like, this was never even hinted at. This was never even discussed, talked about. There's other things that were talked about that, again, I can't fucking talk about because I'll get in trouble. That's the worst part about this, is trying to thread the needle. Because I mean, I would like to say what's going on here, but I can't. I'm not allowed to say what's going on here. I wish April could come on and talk and say what's going on here. April can't. April would get in trouble. Dirty Deeds with $2 says, Adam, call this episode Headbutt Bongo Fiesta. $4.99 from Maudiff says, I understand sometimes a bitch needs a correction. No, Maudiff. And I know the way you correct people. That is not okay. Based Pill with $2. Let's go. Whoop, just updating that. There we go. Have you ever shaken a woman before April? No. Do you know how horrifying that would be? I go 6'4", 215, 220. Do you know what kind of harm I could do to someone? Never. Like hitting a woman, shaking a woman, anything like that. No. Not at all. Even the he squeezed me thing. The kids came upstairs. We were fighting. I hugged her and went, we can't do this in front of the kids. Don't do this right now. I hugged someone who didn't want to be hugged. That was not received well. You ever do something that you think's going to calm, it's like telling a woman to calm down. That's not, guys, don't do that. It's not going to work. Sam Young with $5 says, Aaron, your face goes red when you're lying. One's in the chat if Aaron is a wifey beater. Of course. W Man with $2 says, cookout tonight at 7. See you there. Zebra Man says, as per April's text to your... What evil things did you say? Oh, we were throwing them all. We were throwing them all at each other. In terms of evil things, it was just it was just a lot of fuck yous and just nasty shit. And we were, when you're in those real bad fights and you're just trying to score points, it was that kind of thing. Like April would be like, maybe I don't even need to be here. And then I'm fine, then fucking go back to Litchfield. And it was just a really bad fight. And again, I'm sure you've all had fights like that. They just don't get made public on the internet, which, again, fucking aces. Fucking great. So yes, that's all done now. Packer Backer says, worst part about the internet is people can make accusations with no recourse, and to defend yourself, you have to be careful to not offend other parties. Well, I legally can't fully defend. And, fuck defending myself. Like, I want to defend April from some of the stuff that's in here, too. I fucking can't. There's things about April in here that I don't agree with. And I know that April was put through it in many ways, and it wasn't fair. But I can't go into detail on that. When we got served with this and April saw that text in there, she even says, oh my God, I should have never said anything. I was venting. It was a terrible fight, blah, blah, blah. And, I had to go, it's okay. It's all right. It's not a big deal. It was a long time ago, blah, blah, blah. And then we addressed it as best we could on the air. But we couldn't really address it that much on the air. April and I have tried to address this in the past. And it doesn't go well. It's difficult to be able to address these. Sam Show says, just family court 101. Everyone gets nasty and stupid. There's a lot I could say in response to that. I'll just say, I hope you guys never have a fight. I hope you guys never have a conflict between your partner and another party involved. It can get very, very bad. W-Man with $2 says, cookout tonight at 7. See you there. Oh, sounds like fun. 275 away from today. Yeah, honkies. You know what? This is in the document. I can address this. The court found that the restraining order had no meat, but Aaron allowed it to be issued anyway. It ended up being a don't disparage third party order. Right, and that's basically what it is. I can't disparage the third party. That's essentially what I can't disparage the third party. Our relationship is a lot better now. Obviously, April and I are the ones who are under this. So there's a lot there we don't find fair, but that's the nature of the beast. I mean, these things can get, it does say in the document that the court does not find any sort of harassment. The court didn't find that we'd done anything that rose to that level, but fighting them, going to court, continuing to go to court, it just gets so fucking expensive and time consuming. And then it caused a lot of stress and strain in April and I's life and April and I's relationship. This thing that got released, and we were just like, finally, we were just like, enough. And then by the time it was enough, her and I were getting a divorce. So it's just really, really unfortunate. Oh, man. So there we are. There's the response. And by the way, if you hate me and you think I'm garbage, like I said, I wasn't doing this response for you. I was doing this response for my fans. I was doing this response for my friends. Keanu was telling me yesterday, she's like, this is all just your haters talking about it. She goes, maybe don't even talk about it. Just let them. I'm like, no, that's not fair because I deserve my say. April deserves hers. But I think April would unfortunately, I think she'd face a world of shit. Because let's just say I'm on better terms with other people than April is. I think she'd catch a world of shit, unfortunately, but again, I will point this out. April and I have talked about this very fight, this very situation, this very thing that leaked on previous episodes. It's a little coded. You got to dig a little bit to find it, but we discussed it. I mean, the fact that her and I went on for 2 more years and we're fine. And there's no other shit like this. We had one really nasty fight. We all exaggerated what happened, and we made up that fucking day. Made up that day. The whole makeup, if you catch my drift. And everything was good. We vent, we get angry, we think we're saying things in confidence, and then they turn out to be not so confident. Brian with 199 says, relax, bro. We know those noodle arms ain't doing nothing. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Oh, boy. Yeah, Satan's Mechanic says YouTube chat blows. All the cool kids are in Rumble. Yeah, and by the way, don't ban people or anything like that just for saying something bad. Only ban people if they're spamming, if it's over and over and over. Das Optic Nerve says, bring on the funny, Aaron. Yeah, it's just cool that that the fans of this show are all they've all been unanimous. They've all been like, man, that fucking sucks. Especially people who have been through family court stuff. They're like, Jesus fucking Christ. I've had some fans share their stories. Put it that way. All right. Ready? So what of the order violation court? Oh, yeah, that one. So then April and I talked about something in March on the show. And then Matt and I talked about something in April on the show. And now there was a court date for August. The mother of my children and I are working on getting that removed. We'll get that taken care of. Like I said, things between her and I are great now. That's a positive. You want that. You want there to be a positive relationship. Like I said, I was in deep talks yesterday to be able to defend myself without defaming anyone. And I believe that I've thread that needle, so to speak. I feel like in this whole thing, everyone feels they were treated unfairly. That's what I'll say. Everyone feels they were treated unfairly in this whole thing. Okie dokie. You know what? I told Johnny I would be ready for him around 7. So I don't know if he's going to be here. No, Johnny's not here yet. I told him 7 o'clock. Uncle Lucky with 199 says Slam Piece guilty. What? Slam Piece is guilty of what? Hulkamasha Baby with 199 says your code isn't hard to crack. Da Vinci, we've heard. What? I love you, Hulkamasha Baby, but I don't know what that means. No, Packer Backer, I agree. I agree with you, Packer Backer, but on we go. Onward and upward we go from here. Thank you, guys. I just want to make sure I'm getting everybody involved. Everybody who wants an opinion gets one. We got the YouTube moving too quick, so we're doing the super chat thing. Rumble. There you go. Perfect. Dead game, I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know what that means. Rephrase and resend. All right, so now 270 is the number for this morning. If you'd like to contribute, there you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Now, here's the deal. I consider it addressed. I consider it talked about. I've probably talked about it longer than I needed to. All I care about is the people I care about. And I don't like, how do I put this? April's going through a tough time right now, and I think we should leave all that alone. I think we should leave all that alone and just be done with all that. We've discussed it. When the body cam shit comes out or if there's news, we can talk about it, but we can be done with all that because she's going through it right now. She doesn't need this shit. I wouldn't say I don't need this shit. I mean, it's not that awful, not that dreadful. I mean, obviously, I addressed it now. It's fine. But, like, nobody needs this shit. So I think we can lay off. God bless her. I hope she's doing well. I hope she makes all the right decisions and, everything gets back on track and this terrible year she's had improves. I really do hope that. I will say it's no longer any of my concern, so I should treat it as though it's none of my concern and mean that. So I think we can be done with that for a while. Because no matter how much things fell apart and why they fell apart, I never wanted this to come out for her. I mean, like I said, I'm on good terms with the third party. I can talk about how to discuss it. I can, I can talk about it a little bit. She's got no way to defend herself from anything like this. I can defend her a little bit in saying that I know how she felt. I know she felt betrayed. I know she felt there was a big fight. I fought my ass off for April in those group texts, as you saw. I wanted to keep her involved, and there was a fight going on, and here's what I thought. I thought 4 people communicating, because April and I's problem was hearing one thing, hearing another thing, and it not matching up. So what April and I thought was, if we're all communicating and everyone can see what's said, isn't that better? There's no hiding it. There's no playing a game of telephone. It's a more open conversation, but shit happens. Super Tip with $2 says, fuck, marry, kill, Kayla, third party, April. I'm not fucking going to jail for answering that question. I am not going to jail for answering a fuck, marry, kill. JL not here with $2 says, for clarification, can you not say you and another man talked about things in April, but say during April, so we know it's a time frame, not a swinger thing? See what I mean? I think the fans are fine. Anders with $2 for the retards in YouTube chat. If you think Aaron would have access to his kids right now if these allegations were true, you were truly brain damaged. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is like, if you think this was any more than 2 women venting to each other after a terrible fight, you're out of your fucking mind. If any of that was true. One, I wouldn't have a wife. 2, I wouldn't have any kids. It'd be bad. And again, like Keanu said when we were on the phone, and I think she said it on John's show too, when her and April talked about their spouses, they just talked about how retarded they were. Like, oh, he leaves his socks on the floor. Oh, he does this. She goes, when I talk to April about Aaron, it's just regular person gripe stuff. And that's what we had. So I just, the proof is in the actions, not in the texts. I obviously have never, and again, I will point out again, April never said I hit her. Never once. Jess Weg. Yeah, Packerbacker says chatting together is better when some of the people don't have ulterior motives. That's what I wanted to cut down on. If there was paranoia that anyone had ulterior motives, fine. Let's put it in the group chat and we'll see that that doesn't exist. But there are some people who, as parents, feel it's better for just the 2 birth parents to be involved in the chat. Okay. Like I said, there was mediation following that. And then after we got some things in mediation, then this document came down. It just kind of seemed that as soon as April and I started cruising on this particular topic, something else would come up. And that really sucks. All right. Shh. We're done now. I haven't defamed anyone. I haven't discussed anyone negatively. I've spoken my piece. I'm done. Dead Game says, you don't think we know that? We're busting your balls, Aaron. Thank you, Dead Game. Yeah, I know. And I know people are going to bust my balls about it and everything else. I think even the people who hate me know that I would never do that. It's fucking insanity. I only care how my friends think. I only care how my fans think. I will say Keanu calling yesterday and us talking made me feel a fuckload better. A lot better. Snigger Niggardly says the fine for violation is only $1,000, a small price to pay, in my opinion. Dude, I want to be done with fucking white trash shit. That's what I want to be done with. This whole thing just became very white trash. Like the last 6 to 8 months. It just became so fucking, everyone wants to fight. Everyone wants to, it just became a white trash thing. And I saw some of the haters, the detractors were going, oh yeah, Aaron worked these two against each other. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? I would have loved to have nothing but peace. I will say, when they got along, so good. So good. Even if they were venting to each other about what a piece of shit I was, fine. That's okay. But by the way, that's what friends do. You ever go to your friends and complain about your wife? By the way, which I don't think is healthy. I don't think you should do that, but we've all done it. Or if a wife's never gone to her girlfriends and complained about their men, it happens. But, I mean, I can say this, never in a million years. I would never intentionally drive a wedge between two people just so they could fight each other. Do you know how fucking crazy that makes you when two people are fighting each other? They're not, okay, two people aren't talking to each other. I'm going to put out a hypothetical here. Two people are fighting each other, but they're not talking to each other. So they're fighting each other through you. Never in a million years would I want to be in that situation, or would I want you to be in that situation. Ugh. All right, off we go. Aaron, Ryobi says, Aaron, you are white trash. Can't was dirt off dirt. I don't know what he means. I rephrase and resend. Honky says, I was going to make a joke about April's face, but Aaron beat me to it. JL Not Here says, I'm not a hater, but more of a well-wisher. I don't want any immediate harm to come to Aaron. Dude, I'm fine. The worst parts of my life are over. All right? I hope the worst parts of April's life are over, and I hope the worst parts of everybody's life are over. And I hope everybody moves on and is happy. And you know what's fucked up? It's just like in January when April and I got this thing. It just seems like right when the sun starts coming out and everything's good, something always happens. It's just the way life works. You need those struggles, those comps, in order to be complete. They are saying, yeah, okay. I hate you, but you could use a hug, says Kink. Thank you, Kink. I appreciate that. All right. Honk the Clown becoming a member for 4 months says, are we going back to talking about COVID now? See, I think that's where the fans are at. They're like, Aaron, none of us think you would do that. Fucking let's move on. Nerd Angle with 1999 says, appreciate the clarification. Ralph Amail fails again. I don't know if Ralph failed. Like, Ralph's Nick's buddy, and he probably wants me to look bad, and somebody leaked something that made me look bad. I don't know what HRO is going to make someone look good. Someone's trying to get an order against you. They're gonna load it up with nasty shit. That's just the way she goes. So, clarified, we good? Everybody happy? I'm just waiting for Johnny to get here because I don't want to move on without him. 255 is the number for today. If you'd like to throw in on Streamlabs or PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, YouTube, whatever. Let's pop that PayPal cherry this morning and really knock that thing down. You guys are making a great pace today. Thank you, Nerd Angle, for the 1999. Much appreciated. All right. Yeah, wait a minute. So wait, Ethan Ralph, of all people, was calling me a woman beater? That's interesting. John Domingo says, could April have released this to hurt your show financially? Please read this tomorrow when you get to the Rumble chat. No, April would have never released this because there's a lot of things in there that make her look not good. And, you know, the accusations of her there's a thing in that document of her wanting someone to be murdered. And that's just not, she never wanted that. That, like I said, there was an accusation. It wasn't, that document isn't complete. I have both of the documents here at home, and there's one part of the document where a third party accuses April of calling my son a certain word. And I will say this, that never happened as far as I never saw that happen ever. It just, those kind of things just get fucking nasty, man. Mr. Beat says, April has so much potential. I just want to see her life cleaned up. Let's do two things. Number one, let's all agree with that. We want April's life to go well and it to get cleaned up. But number two, I think we can be done with April now. I feel bad that this came out. I do. Because she doesn't have the relationship I do with the third party where she can negotiate a way to talk about it. You know? So I think we can leave. If we want her to get better, I think the best way for her to get better is we leave her alone. How's that? Jess Wig says, I truly do not believe that he ever hit her. I just can't see it. Aaron, this is meant in the best way for this situation, but you're a pussy. You wouldn't hit a girl. No, it's not because I'm a pussy that I would never hit a girl. I wouldn't hit a girl because it's wrong to hit a woman. I will say this. I've never hit anyone outside of a boxing ring. Never found myself in a position where I needed to hit someone outside of a boxing ring. I've never been there. Even a dude, I've never been in a position where I'm like, you know what the best course of action here is? Punch this guy in the face. Never. Outside of a boxing ring. Never even felt the urge. Like there's even situations where you hear about like other people doing it. You're just like, how do you get there? You know, like how do you get to that point? Honky says, Gavin McInnes says you let her hit you 8 times before you hit her. I don't even think that. Like if you can get away from a woman who's hitting you, you can escape the situation. I don't. Do you know what kind of fucking damage you could do to a woman if you hit her? That's why it's funny, the headbutt thing. They're like, oh yeah, he headbutted her. Do you know what kind of fucking, do you know what she would have looked like on the show if I would have fucking it would have been like a nose job bruise across the fucking face. Headbutting, really? Choking, really? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Aaron beating a woman can be considered mutual combat. Das Optic Nerve says, lies. I hear Gino hit you from behind. Oh. Dead Game says wrist locks and push away. Even that, no. Like the only time the only time I ever put hands on her is when the kids came upstairs and I wanted us to start fighting. So I went, not now, not in front of the kids. And she pushed me off her. And I was like, oops, I shouldn't have hugged. I shouldn't, it was a nice gesture, but it was not wanted at the time. You just got to be fucking careful about that shit. Tennessee Pusher says, with your hairline, she would have lost an eye. My ex was hitting me, says Magnum DUI. I pushed her away, went straight to jail. Didn't get convicted, but it was an ordeal. That sucks, man. Yeah. I mean, that really sucks. Yeah, the worst I ever had was I was leaving a room during a fight and April put her hands on my chest like this to stop me from, she goes, no, you're not going anywhere. And when you're in the heat of fights, you say shit to try and get the upper hand. I went, don't push me. You're pushing me. Like that fucking gay shit. And that's just the way it happens sometimes. Curly Adam with $2 says, woman beater, you can't win a fight, New Boot Goofin. Thank you, Curly Adam. Scarface with $4.99 says, so after the headbutt, what finishing move did you use? Stone Cold Stunner, Undertaker Tombstone, or Hulk leg drop? See, again, that's the way the fans are going to play this one. So thorough, Joe Burrow. Oh, I can't wait till I hear this guy. This guy hates my fucking guts. I don't know what I did, if I killed a family member of his. Maybe I headbutted a family member of his to death. You made yourself look bad when you squeezed and headbutted? Again, didn't squeeze and headbutt. Most men don't accidentally end up in a court order and would have that removed post-haste. April and I tried. Again, here's the other thing. People think that the order was about that. The order was from a third party 2 years after the fact. That was just thrown in. The thing that this order was made off of was something that April and I joked about on the show. And then you load, what you do is you load the thing up with everything you could. You basically kitchen sink the thing. So there was a clip from the show of April and I, and then everything else was kitchen sinked on top of it. Going back 2 years. Sucks. Lucas with $5 says, you say everything in court documents are true and to be believed in Nick's case, but not yours. Explain. That I didn't say that about Nick. Remember, there's a couple things in Nick's report where I said, I never saw that. I never saw that. That never happened in front of me. I never said that everything in court. Matter of fact, I hope the thing about his 9-year-old isn't true. I hope that ends up being some kind of fuck up or some kind of mistake. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, just want to thank Shawnetta. I wasn't going to donate, but their comment inspired me. Oh, thank you. 15, another 20 down. 235 away from today. Let's continue on here. 199 with Rusty Grammar says, not true, Aaron. You hit that car with your Buick. My Buick Enclave did hit a car. I don't think that's me hitting someone. Flimsy Greenberg, again, another guy hates my fucking guts. Let's go to Flimsy, who's totally a real person. Says, in hindsight, taking her away from the factory and putting her on your radio LARP beg show was just an extension of your controlling agenda and emotional abuse to keep her under your spell. Yes! I love this. I love that I'm a giant retard who's just an e-begging idiot who doesn't know how to put his pants on in the morning to someone like Flimsy. But at the same time, I moonlight as a mastermind of... Dude, if you've been played the way I've been played, I don't think you can consider yourself a mastermind of anything. I don't think you can get... I appreciate it, Flimsy, you thinking that I'm such a fucking, Machiavellian figure. Never been able to pull it off, bud. Mild's Culture Plate says it was a flying headbutt, like a true family man. Yeah, it was a Benoit move. I just forgot to do the crippler crossface at the end. I really do love that now, like I gave Steel Toe Hate Twitter and Steel Toe Hate Reddit all weekend to shit on me and do whatever, and now the fans are coming in just making jokes. Sorry, guys. Look, man, what do I always say? I get to talk into this all day, and I get to say whatever I want. And then the people who hate me get to talk on Twitter, and they get to do all of that. And I let them. I don't fight them. I don't do anything like that. That's what I did this weekend. And they got mad at me for that. They're like, why won't you say anything about this? I'm like, I have a show. My show is on Monday. I'll talk about it then. No, right now. But then if I would have talked about it, they would have been like, why are you talking about this? It's fucking mental. Hot Wheels says, so what is your view on the debate? We've got Trump-Biden stuff coming up in just a second. No red pill politics. The show isn't about airing dirty laundry. We're just addressing this one thing, and then we're moving on. You can't compare evidence gained through a search warrant and a restraining order filing. Not even close. Yeah, I mean, one of them's hearsay. It's literally he said, she... Well, it's actually not even he said, she said. It's just one party said, that's it. And then, a search warrant where they actually gather evidence. I don't know. Jess Wake says, Aaron, you have to admit you're a control freak. You might be retarded or you're playing retarded. Probably never know. The April coming on the show thing, she wanted to be on the show. She hated her job. And I really did feel like I was doing a nice thing for her. I'm like, do you want to work here? She's like, I would love to work here. The plan was she was going to get a part-time job and then part-time be here. And we were going to do half and half. And we were at the accountant. We figured out we could afford to bring her on back then. And she wanted to do it. I know that when I talked about her not being able to do it full time, she would get really sad. That would make her upset. She wanted to leave that plant really bad. We just kind of thought it would be more like radio. And honestly, like most of the time, it was fucking great us doing the show together. But just the times where it sucked, it just really sucked. That's all. Scarface with 199 says, so the finishing move was the Foley Sacco. Gotcha. It's a very comical finishing maneuver, you know? All right, guys, let's move on. Let's continue on here. Is he here? No, Johnny's not here yet. Shit. All right. I fucked up because I told Johnny 8 o'clock. And then he said, I'll be ready after 7. Yeah, I don't even have a text from him. Oh, shucks. Adam with $5 says, bring on the fake donos. There we go. Oh, yeah. Guys, if you have fake donos to give us, all the fake donos go to PayPal. Remember that. Or Venmo. And you have to make sure you clarify that they're a fake donation. So make sure you do that. I heard somebody say, like, Melton said he's been keeping count and you're short by $8,900 for the year. You know what's funny? Melton is the king of projection. Like when Patrick Melton says like, oh, this person just makes shit up. Oh, this person just, yeah, he knows because he makes shit up. He pulls stuff right out of his ass. I think he's probably even surprised that people haven't figured out what his bid is yet. But I mean, good for him. If you can look, steel-toe detractors are not the smartest people in the world. They're not the hardest people to trick. So he does have a good gig going for him there. Just leech off of my audience, grab the dumbest ones. You can tell them whatever you want. Das Optic Nerve says, as if Melton can do math. Sam Show says, Aaron, the cripple confuser Imholt. Dissident says, you traded April for Kayla. That's not being played. That's just a bad trade. Hey, come on now. Jesswig says, Aaron, you're a good sport, man. I definitely got to give you that. Well, come on. The things in that fucking paper are so fucking dumb. Like, how am I not? I address it and then you move on. It's just like, again, hit a woman, not once, not ever. Hit a man, never outside of a boxing ring. So I feel pretty good. In fact, I feel great that I got to address that today. And the fact that I've had friends call me and say, look, we knew you two. You know, it may have gotten bad, but you guys were great. And that wouldn't happen. Sparky Rose becoming a member for 24 months says, here's my fake membership, boss. Oh, thank you. And remember, fake memberships, fake donations, everything else, those go to PayPal if you want to give us fake donations. That's where the fake ones have to go. 230 is our number for today. If you'd like to contribute, go ahead and chip into any one of those links. All right, Packer Backer with $1. Says, have you heard if Führer Gavin will allow Gino on Fridays? Not sure if he had to sign a new contract. I don't know. I will say Gino said during his show yesterday that he's like, no, he said, no offense to Aaron. Gavin's not thinking about steel toe. And yeah, none taken. Of course, Gavin's not thinking about steel toe. I've talked to Keanu about all this. I haven't talked to Gino yet. Gino did like a fucking 10-hour Gratcast yesterday. So that would have been, 10 o'clock he was done. I was in bed. I've heard from Keanu, though. I was very happy with my conversation about Keanu. Made me feel a lot better about the whole thing. As far as Gino goes, I'll talk to him. And Gino and I will talk about it. Dude, if you read that, if you take a look at that document, you definitely want to hear from both parties and what the fuck happened. My thing was it was from 2.5 years ago. It just seemed dirty, you know? It was venting. It was someone venting to someone who they thought was a friend after a really terrible fight. And just, I don't know. It's just, I'll put it this way. I would never want my friends to publicly release a text of me venting. You know what it makes me? It makes me feel bad that I put that one with Kayla out there. But I got accused of, like, Nick went on stream and accused me of being a liar, so I threw that out there just to go, I'm not fucking lying. Even then, not fair, not a good move to do, not a nice thing to do, you know? John Jamingo says, I can't. Gavin fired Garrett from Compound Media. Well, I mean, it was a merger. And when a merger happens, there's certain redundancies and people get swept up in those redundancies. It really sucks. It's part of business and it sucks. Some people were saying that Gino has a deal with Gavin where he can't go on other shows that aren't compound censored. I think that's something somebody pulled out of their ass. Because I would think if you're compound censored, you would want them cross-promoting the shows on other platforms. So we'll see. I mean, if we lose Gino to compound censored for Rumble Friday, that really fucking sucks. I love doing those shows with Gino, and I know he loves doing them. I don't think we're going to lose him to compound censored. I think those will be fine. Like he said on yesterday's show, no offense, Gavin's not thinking about Steel Toe. But as far as Gino goes, I know he's going through it with this whole thing. It's a tough time for him. And so I don't need to bother him with my shit. We text. We'll have a conversation. Keanu and I already had a conversation. It was very good. The Optic Nerve becoming a member for 13 months says, here's my fake membership for this fake show. Thank you, buddy. And remember, all of your fake contributions go into the PayPal or the Venmo. 2:30 away from today. Thank you very much. Snigger Niggardly says a simple tweet from third party and Ape would straighten this out. I can't. Again, I'm in a position where I can negotiate leeway with the third party to talk about this. And I am very grateful that they've given me that leeway to talk about it. But I can't disparage them. I can't say anything negative about them. And I won't. I don't think April has that same leeway. If April tried to come out and address this publicly, I would hope she'd be given the same leeway, but I don't have any control over that. And I don't think April wants to do anything publicly right now. And let's go ahead and let's be done. I remember after Friday's show, I was like, I want to be done. I feel dirty talking about the Nick stuff. I feel dirty talking about my past and all that. We've done it enough. We can be done. We can move on from it. I was at my meeting yesterday, and resentment was discussed again. And the point that, you got to stop living in the past and wishing people would apologize to you. You've got to stop living in the past and wishing people would, atone for what they did or admit what they did or apologize and all that. You're not going to get that. You got to live for the future. You got to move on. You can't be tethered to the past. And that really spoke to me. Jessweg says, and you guys are right, screw what anyone thinks about you on this internet high school popularity contest. Well, I mean, all it is, the thing is for people who don't like me, it's all just content for them. That's the gross thing. Like, I'm on here spilling my guts, telling you what happened. Meanwhile, for them, this is all moral fagging so they can get views. And that's really gross. Like, John with Keanu yesterday, you talk about... Holy shit, guys, you talk about projection. People are saying, oh, Aaron's controlling, Aaron's this and that. Dude, the way John was gaslighting the fuck out of Keanu yesterday and not even listening to her was fucking gross. Like, it was really hard to watch because I'm like, first of all, let her fucking talk. And then second of all, she gives her opinion and John's like, oh, but then he starts manipulating her or trying to. You can't really manipulate Keanu. But trying to manipulate her and gaslight the shit out of her. John doesn't give a fuck about any of this. John just wants me to struggle. That's it. And I'll put it this way. I am really glad John decided to do that fight. I'm really excited. I also saw a tweet yesterday that said that Chad would be interested if I paid him the $1,000 for him to come do the roast. What do you guys think? Zumak for the Steel Toe roast? I think that would be great. Let's go to the chat. We'll finish this up and then... Johnny's. We'll get Johnny in just a second. Dissident says, Nick is desperate. He's willing to say anything to grift money for his defense. He knows his time is limited. We can be done with the Nick stuff. He's got his shit going on. Orange Boy becoming a member for his 25th month says fake contribution for a fake goal. Brian M. says better choice of shirts this morning. Did your mommy dress you? Thank you, Brian M. But remember, guys, the fake donations, the fake ones go to PayPal. Balls Deep with $6 says for Chad's roast ticket. Oh, okay. Curly Adam with $2 says spilling your guts. A lot of gas station food. I see what he did there. I will say this before we bring Johnny on. Thank you guys so much for your support. I'm going to move over because Johnny's coming on. Thank you guys so much for your support. I appreciate you guys. When something like this comes out, you wonder how people are going to see it or if people are going to talk to you about it. And everyone has, and everyone's been fucking awesome about it. So I really appreciate it. And then the people who are like making a big deal out of it are people who make their careers shitting on me. So I would have to pull a devil's advocate and say, consider the source on that one. 225 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's keep her rolling. Remember, all the fake donations go to the PayPal link. All right, let's bring Gino. Let's bring Johnny on. Oh, why don't you do you need to put that camera down or do I need to fuck with you a little bit?
I'll put the camera down.
Look at you with the Men in Black chair.
I didn't have time to switch. I'm sorry.
I actually prefer that one.
Well, then I'll leave it here from now on.
Aaron's such a dick. He's making Johnny move his camera.
Yeah, I could have done that before.
There you go. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. I've had a busy weekend. How are you?
You know what's funny? I'm you know what? Doing a lot better since I talked about that. Talking to Keanu and then doing the show this morning makes me feel
what? Talking
a lot
about
better.
what? Did I miss something? Can we go over it quick?
This is the funniest part is that I had this weird feeling. I was like, this doesn't seem like it's getting a lot of attention. Like it seems like it's really kind of confined to this one corner of the internet that thinks I'm the biggest piece of shit who ever lived already.
Yeah.
And that's like, Keanu said on the phone, she's like, man, I'm thinking you probably shouldn't even address it tomorrow. It doesn't really seem to have any legs. But I'm like, you know what? I don't like the idea. Oh, sorry, John.
The story's just like Johnny. Fuck it.
It's got no legs. But I was like, you know what? I really resent and hate that anyone would think that I would fucking hurt a woman. And that really pissed me off. So I was like, you know what? I do want to address it tomorrow. And I at least, to the people who like me, want to reiterate that I would never do that. And obviously they saw April and I. You've seen April and I. Keanu like, they know how it was. So like, when Keanu says, like, you don't even need to defend yourself from this, I'm like, yeah, I do. But, like, also I wanted to go on record and tell the people who don't like me, fuck you, suck my dick. Like that, I mean, that was a big part of it, too. That being said, Johnny, what kind of abusive piece of shit am I physically?
Well, I mean, going off of just myself, I don't know. I wouldn't say abusive. You'd think I hung out with April a bunch. You'd think there'd be like bruises or something that would have shown at some point. But I can't really speak for much because I personally think women are garbage. So, like, why? I mean, honestly, if you weren't physically abusive, I'll be like, well, I guess, he was a nice one, but it's not like they didn't deserve it. All right, let's be honest. They have 3 holes and only 2 of them are useful. The other one speaks, and let's just not bother.
And I think they talk out of their ass. No, yeah, the common refrain I've been hearing from people is those of us who knew the two of you, like, please, no fucking way. Stop it. Atomic Ray, 2 divorces. The story has to be true. New Boot Goofing. Yeah. How about 2 divorces? And at the very worst parts of those divorce, neither party has ever made an accusation like that. Ever. So yeah. We move on from there and all that silly shit. People now have it. They can say what they want. I will say this. Like I said before, I'll finish it with the same line I opened it with. I really pray that the worst fight you've ever had with a woman never goes public. I hope it never goes public.
Oh.
Because...
It's too late for that.
What?
Well, I wouldn't say the worst fight, but I definitely had a very public fight with my ex.
Oh, I meant like on the internet. Like,
Yeah, no.
oh, really?
Yeah. You were there.
That was the worst?
Oh, the worst, like, I mean, like, I don't get really, like, super shouty. I'm more vindictive in other ways. Like, I'm a horrible dick in other ways. Like, yeah, so I like the whole reason that we got in a fight and everything, that was all shitty. But the reason we broke up or divorced or whatever you want to call it, I got I got hurt. We'll say I won't talk too much about it because I don't know if I'm supposed to. But yeah, I was hurt or whatever, and as a result of that, I dumped her over Facebook. I just switched all my shit to
You
single.
grown up, you?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean,
One of my proudest moments.
yeah, in terms of fighting, like that's my thing. Like, people are like, oh, you're clandestine, you do this, you do that. I go, boy, if you fucking knew me. Here's what I am. April and I both were dramatic little fighters. We could be very prone to drama. Animated fights, and we both, I'll give you this, we both wore our hearts on our sleeves. And I think that's why our arguments would be fireworks, and we would make up that night. Like, because it was just really hot and animated and passionate, and then it was all out. Like, it was all gone and done, and you could make it back up again. But it's also not the best way to be. You know, you don't want to be like getting after it and like saying, like, really throwing barbs at each other and shit. And I honestly, our whole relationship, we probably did that 2 or 3 times. But we could have some fights. We could have some fights. Jess Wig says, if you hurt me, I turn into a child that will destroy your life. I have issues. See, I don't. The people, our detractors, have this idea of me as a supervillain that I just can't live up to. I just don't have the patience. Like, you've seen with the stuff we're not talking about anymore, the Ricada stuff. I could have dragged that out and done like a slow punishment over time, and I'm just like, just fucking diarrhea shooting out of my mouth and throwing everything out there. I'm just not, I'm not the evil Machiavellian prince that my detractors think I am. I'm sorry that I've let you down. All right, man. You want to start? People are like, hey, when are we going to do show stuff? When are we going to do this? When are we going to do that? All right. You ready? We're moving on.
Okay.
Trump Biden stuff.
Which Trump Biden stuff?
I'm sorry. We've got 5 of them today. I'm just doing a whole Trump Biden block on today's show. So you guys wanted to get away from this stuff. We're getting away from it. We're done with it. Now it's going to be Trump Biden, which, we're July 1st. We've got 4 months of this shit. Well, that might not be true. We might not have 4 months of Trump Biden.
Right.
If they're going to replace him, man, they better fucking scoot.
I can't believe they haven't already, and it was weird for me how publicly they were talking about, like, the Democratic Party is really thinking, do we need to replace Joe Biden? And I'm like, you're thinking that now?
Right.
I was thinking that like 2 years ago, but now, okay.
I mean, first of all, he's going to be, 86 if he wins a second term and serves it?
Yeah.
86. And not only that, but that debate reminded me, like, when I watch political shit now, it reminds me why I hate political shit. Because, like, you get that disingenuous, that gross dishonesty where they're like, oh my goodness, we couldn't believe that Biden looked so terrible in this debate. And we're all sitting there going, this is how he's looked for the last 2 or 3 years. Like, you can't say that you're one of the intelligent political, like, take givers in the country, and you're so imperceptive that you can't see that this motherfucker has been a cripple, no offense, a gimmick for the last 2 years. You can't go on and say, I'm a smart guy who should be giving my political takes, but then out of the other side of your mouth saying, I had no idea until the debate today that this guy was so fucked up.
Yeah. It's really weird for them to all be like, all right, I don't know if we should have Joe Biden really represent the party. The next day he came out and gave a speech, and even people on the left are like, yeah, he does great when he has a teleprompter to read from and no one else talking to him. It's like, that's not what your president should be.
Right. Yeah, just this idea that, like, these are the people who watch politics for a living, by the way. They consume this stuff 24 hours a day. You and I catch snippets here and there, and we make fun of clips on the show and all that. So you're telling me the people who watch this shit 24 hours a day didn't catch that this Biden had existed for the last 800 days? I don't believe that. I believe it's all pro wrestling. I believe these people were waiting. They thought they could limp along with Biden. Their plan A was Trump will get convicted of felonies. People will see him as a slimeball piece of shit. They won't want to vote for him. We'll get Biden. He'll get elected. We'll get him out of there. We'll put Kamala in. And then when the Trump thing happened and the American people instead went, no, fuck that. We think you guys are just being corrupt and you're going after your political opponents and trying to throw them in jail. We actually side with Trump on this one. I think they panicked. And after they panicked, they went to plan B, which was, let's pretend we just now found out that Joe Biden is a walking corpse. And I don't know. To me, it's just embarrassing. It's that pro wrestling shit of, you guys knew that he was fucked up for the last 2 or 3 years. You played it off. You excused it. You acted like it was nothing. And now...
You told us he was better when the cameras weren't on. I'm like, oh, yeah, but that was at the end of the day. You got to see him in the morning when he's got his energy and he's had his coffee. And it's like, right, sure.
You're right.
It's
You're right. They did exactly that. They did this thing where they're like, oh, in private, people talk about how sharp the president is and this and that.
And how aggressive he is. Yeah, he's a go-getter when the camera's not on.
Yeah, especially when there's blonde child hair. He gets really aggressive.
Uh-oh.
But, like, yeah, now you just... The lack of dignity in politics. I know I shouldn't be surprised by it, but the fact that you've got these people and they go, oh, I just found out now that he's the... If you just found out now, you're either lying or retarded. And I know you're not retarded because you do this for a living. I'll give you that much respect. You watch this shit and you observe it for a living. You're just so biased and you want your quote-unquote team to win so bad that you're willing to make yourself look like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived just so you can protect your team.
Yeah. And now who are you going to get to replace him at literally the last minute? It's going to look weird. And for Trump, they get to attack why wasn't this person on the ballot before? How much do we know about him? Blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, the horror show is the names people are suggesting. Hillary and what was the other one?
Gavin
A lot
Newsom.
of people think Hillary and Newsom are two of the people. Then a lot of people think that somehow that they're going to bring Michelle Obama into this, which I don't believe.
Dude, I'll tell you this. I think Michelle Obama has the best chance of winning out of all of them.
Yeah, has the best chance of winning, but from what I know, she hates politics. So, for me, like seeing her run, I'm like, oh, so this is literally just a puppet that you want for popularity's sake. Like, we'll get her in.
Yeah, she doesn't want to. I think she said before.
If she's running for president, I guarantee you she won't be the president. She'll just be the placeholder.
Yeah,
she's not interested in this stuff.
She doesn't want to do it, and she'd win. It's a personality contest. You know, not her positions. I don't know what the fuck she thinks politically. But if they go Gavin Newsom, it'll be interesting to see, like, how smart the American people are and, like, what they know about other states. Because if they nominate Gavin Newsom and Americans outside of California go, oh, I want to vote for that guy, then it shows that they don't fucking pay attention. Because Democrat or Republican, that guy has turned California into a shit... Well, maybe not turned California into a shit show, but watched it become a shit show and didn't do anything to fix it.
I don't know. After listening to Corolla and stuff, I feel like, yeah, no, he wanted it to become a shit show.
Really? Like, this is the plan.
Well,
it's like a George Soros thing. Like, make it shitty so you can rebuild it.
Too many times along the way where you get the chance to, like, correct the course if it's not going the way you want it to.
Sam Show says Newsom surprisingly is less popular than Biden. That actually restores my faith in the American people a little bit. Mr. Beat says, I think Biden should start a civil war. You know, Frank Underwood, didn't he start some kind of national emergency so he could be reelected?
Yeah, I think so.
So he could stop the election. Was Frank Underwood's thing. I honestly don't give a shit who wins, says Bigot on socialist media, but I want to see Trump win for the mental illness to explode. It's always fun.
Yeah, because it'll be on both sides.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be the Trump evangelicals going, he's going to save the country and bring back, Jesus will arrive. And then the people who hate him, oh, we're all going to get locked up and we're all going to be prisoners. It's going to be a fascist dictatorship. And everyone else in 4 years will be like, but nothing happened.
Both sides will criticize the Jews. They shouldn't be in Palestine. They shouldn't be in America. It's like, whoa, you guys both dislike people for for different reasons, don't you?
There's one group going, well, there's a way we can make sure they're in neither place.
Villain K says Amy Klobuchar is a name that's been thrown around a bunch too. I don't mind Amy Klobuchar as a person. I mean, her politics I don't agree with, but if you want to nominate Amy Klobuchar, no offense, she kind of has the charisma of a bag of potatoes. I don't really know if you're going to win anything with Amy Klobuchar. That's the problem with every candidate Minnesota's ever had is they're all just kind of that stoic Scandinavian kind of vibe. You know, they're all just kind of, they have the charisma of an olive fork and they're just not good.
Well, we had one, Michelle, but she was
Michelle Bachmann. Yeah, but she didn't really
nuts.
She didn't really start waking up and getting after it until you talked about the gays. Could you imagine how Michelle Bachmann would be today with the trans stuff?
Oh boy.
Oh my God. One of the old school, not a big fan of gay senators.
Her and her husband, I think, ran a Pray the Gay Away group.
Yeah. Oh, it was good. It helped me a lot.
You're my accountability buddy.
Yeah, I was just at this thing going, man, I'm so gay that every time I get close to women, I just start headbutting them and beating them because I'm such a savage animal. And they go, well, it's, we just need to get that gay out of you. That's the gay aggression. Hot Wheels says, fire and brimstone. That would be Michelle Obama. Michelle Bachmann. She'd basically be Aben Cooper from Red State. She's like, good evening. She goes, what's so good about it? We got the pestilence, as in the gay AIDS. We've got famine. We've got natural disasters like the hurricanes in New Orleans. New Orleans, #1, Sin City. Fucking, dude, I watch Red State once every couple of months because I'm just I just want to watch Aben Cooper preach.
You just need your Aben Cooper fix?
The more I watch Aben Cooper preach, the more I'm just he's every time I watch that movie, I'm he's getting a little closer. I think he might be nailing it. No, put down the guns, Aben. We don't need to. Oh, damn it. You're already dead, sinner. You've defiled your body. Enough fire and brimstone, preacher. What's that noise? Ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone. G-man. G for godless. G for government. You boot-licking, flag-waving, devil-worshipping heathen, shoot me. It only hastens my reward. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we have to play something because it works for today's show. Hold on just a second. Do you remember how John Goodman subdued Aben Cooper?
Yeah.
Hold on. We'll get to it here. Hold on just 1 second. So Aben Cooper is right in John Goodman's face.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, and they ask him how he subdued. Oh, wait, no, that's too far. I went too far into the movie. Trumpet scene. Hold on. I'm gonna. This is too good for today's show. Red.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I can't find
they
it.
never made a sequel?
I can't find it. It's so Aben Cooper is standing right in John Goodman's face.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of like, you know what? He's right in his face, and they go, Agent Keenan, what happened then? And John Goodman goes, I subdued the suspect with a headbutt. A headbutt? Yes, the subject was standing unnaturally close. So there's a little Red State tie-in for today's show. All right, let's go to some super chats here. Wizard Zoo with $5 says, buy Nick's wife some lip filler with some $5. That's not very nice. Cynthia with $5. Cynthia dislike. I love when people gaslight the shit out of you like this. Cynthia with $5 goes, any efforts you made to get ahead of the story have officially failed. First of all, get ahead of it. I let you motherfuckers talk about it for 3 days. Sorry you couldn't, make anything out of it. Jesus.
What more are you going to get out of it? You've had this whole time.
Guys, it's a 2.5-year-old message that happened right after a fight that we made up from and went on to have another 2 years of wedded bliss. So I'm sorry that it just doesn't jive with the way things are. All credibility you had, I gave you 85%. Bullshit is completely gone. All right. Sam Young with $2 says, last super chat ever. Hashtag no goal for the toe. Uh-oh. No. Guys, did you see that? And then Sam sent another super chat not a minute later. Said, watch Melton's coverage of Aaron's lies at 9 a.m. Wow. Melton's already decided that I've lied? Wow. I had no idea that was going to happen. Kyle with $5 says, Biden will get reelected and then step down for Kamala so she can be in for 12 years. Oh, God. No, if she gets in for 12 years, that's our fault, and we failed. So I disagree with that one. Thank you for the $5, Kyle. Shawnetta becoming a member for 2 months says, do April, Ashley, Nick have tickets to Stoney's? My treat. I'm sure they'd love that. Sam, thank you for the $2. Los Federales with $5 says, when shit hits the ceiling and the decision to launch nukes has to be made, do you want Biden to be the man to make the call? Period. End of story. I mean, no, but I didn't want him to be the guy to make the call the first time. What do you do?
After that debate, I don't know if he could make the call. He'd just kind of stammer and say weird shit. And then the weird raspiness that he kept speaking, where he just kind of I don't know if they had to boost his mic or what, but it just kept seeming like as he was talking, he was literally running out of life.
Yeah, but he's been doing that shit for a long time.
Yeah, and they've been calling us crazy for questioning it.
Right.
And then he does it at one debate, and now all the Democrats are like, maybe we shouldn't have Biden running for office.
That really annoys the shit out of me. Yeah, just this idea that they've just figured out now that this guy's got fucking problems. That annoys me so much. By the way, all of those super chats, thank you very much, guys. It totals up to $215 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Keep going. Remember, all your fake donations go to PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo. So make sure your fake ones go there. The real ones, super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. So the Biden-Trump stuff, yeah, we got 5 or 6 of these. And then a Supreme Court case today that we'll talk about, because you and I are the big legal scholars.
Yeah.
Out there. When there's a massive Supreme Court case, people come to us to hear about it. The New York Times editorial board this weekend begging Joe Biden to drop out of the race. It's could these people not completely abandon their dignity? Is there a professional way to say, hey, maybe Biden's not the guy? Is your fear of Trump so crippling and ever present that when you have to go, please, Joe, don't. You have to have an emotional fit every time you need something because you're so terrified Trump might win? it's embarrassing.
Well, there was a dignified way to do this, and it was Joe saying he's not running for re-election and then putting a different person in. But they didn't want to do that back in the day. They just insisted that, nah, he's good, man. He's the sharpest 81-year-old you've ever fucking met. He played a game with Michael Jordan, and Jordan was on the side just coughing a lung, partially because of the cigars, but also because of Joe.
Michael Jordan makes me not want to smoke cigars anymore, by the way. Like, I look at his eyes and everything else, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, I think every time I see you smoking a cigar from now on, I'm just going to walk up with a picture of Michael Jordan.
And his yellow eyes, and just like, oh, fuck. But yeah, that's the other thing people aren't considering. Everyone's like, Joe needs to get out of there. Joe, they need to get rid of Joe, blah, blah. You understand that Joe Biden does need to want to get out of there. Like, they can't go in there like a Soviet-style coup. I mean, they could. He's an old man. But they can't go in there like a Soviet-style coup and just roll up tanks outside the White House and the Democrats go, all right, Joe, it's time to get the fuck out of there. Like, they can't do that. They have to go through a process where Joe goes, yeah, I'll get out of here. First of all, you got to catch Joe on a day where he knows he's in there before you can get him out of there. So, I mean, I don't feel bad for any of these people at the New York Times editorial board or any of these people on CNN or any of these people in the White House for that matter, because you motherfuckers, you enabled this guy. You lied your fucking balls off. You watched him fall off of bikes, fall upstairs, stutter, stammer, lose his train of thought, and you went, no, he's really sharp. No, he's really good. These are unfair attacks on his mental stability. You went and you carried the pitcher of water up the hill the whole way, and now when it looks like you're going to get your shit pushed in, now you're turning and going, oh, no, it turns out all those Republican people were right. He's out of his mind. He's fucking crazy. He can't do this job. We got to find somebody else. Fuck you. This is a classic case of you made your bed, now lie in it, is it not?
Yeah. You shit your pants, now sit in it, man.
Squishing it. Squishing your shit, you dirty hippies.
Mud pie that motherfucker.
That's right. You smush that shit around your butt crack when you sit down on a chair. So the New York Times decided that they would write a series of editorials begging Joe Biden to leave the race. There was the New York Times editorial board. Their article was titled, "To Serve His Country, President Biden Should Leave the Race." Could you just say, look, we don't think he's fit to serve. He's got some mental problems. We didn't realize just how bad it was until he debated Trump. Maybe it's time for the Democrats to find someone else. No, it's got to be this big dramatic, to serve his country, President Biden should leave the race. Come on. I mean, how about I'm scared that we're going to get the shit kicked out of us, and we're just trying to find somebody. Like, basically, they're trying to throw shit at the wall to see if something sticks. Now, what happens? Okay, let me ask you this. Let's say they get rid of Biden and they pick somebody else, and Trump starts kicking the shit out of them in the polls. Are they going to make some excuse and, like, is it going to be like the Vikings quarterback situation from last year where they're just going to go, all right, try this guy. All right, try this guy. All right, try this one. Maybe Josh Dobbs will work. Maybe Jaron Hall. Maybe Nick Mullins will be the guy. Like,
yeah, but we've only got 4 months. You guys really kind of needed to be on this a while ago. Like, what? Because I'm sorry, Trump, the more you debate over who you have or whatever, just the more Trump wins. Like, they don't know what to do. They don't have a president. So this person will be like, I'm going to do this, and on the first day, I'm going to do that. Like, yeah, when did he figure this out? He just got the offer for the job like 2 weeks ago. So it's not going to look good no matter who they have to run. And as we already talked about, their suggestions are horrible. So it'll be really funny if they try to run Hillary, because Biden's supporters have been chanting "lock him up" about Donald Trump.
right.
So you know, it's really, really weird now for all the Hillary supporters to be like, Trump was so mean to Hillary and he wanted to lock her up just because he thought she committed a crime. And be like, oh, you mean like the current administration is doing to Trump? Weird,
Right.
Weird. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough because you're going to run out of excuses. People just don't want the shit you've been peddling. There was, Oh, look at this. Somebody took a picture of two New York Times articles side by side from just a few months ago. Stephen L. Miller, New York Times a week ago versus New York Times today. This was the New York Times a week ago. How misleading videos are trailing Biden as he battles age doubts. And then this weekend, to serve his country, President Biden should leave the race. Just fucking in there. Just fucking in there on, like, just switching it around.
And no, not even the slightest. Well, I suppose the other one was an opinion piece as opposed to an actual article, but still just no realization of the irony at all of being like, no, guys, he's on the top of his game. Oh, he's that old? Like, oh, yeah, no.
Yeah. I get it. It's a tough spot for them to be in. They're getting their asses kicked. In fact, one poll I saw, there's no way. I wanted to look this up. Presidential polls. There was a poll I saw that Trump was winning in fucking New Jersey. And I don't believe that that's accurate. First poll after the debate has Trump up by 4 points. That's interesting. Now, this poll was taken before the debate. A coefficient poll has Trump up 1 point over Biden. And this was the day of the debate. So they didn't ask people after the debate. So Trump up 1 point in New Jersey. I'd shit my pants if Trump won New Jersey. Nobody keep that clip, by the way. And then play it.
Now I wanted to hold you to that. Like, I feel like I'll show up with some X-Lax or something. Be like, all right, sir.
Time to shit
and
your pants.
And a burrito.
Are you kidding? Just one of these will do it. Which, by the way, Aaron, fucking stop. Enough already with the goddamn Celsius.
Let's go with water.
April Anderson with $5 on YouTube says, but you put it in my chocolate starfish and wouldn't stop peeing even after I shouted out rail. Nick says his still leaks and he stinks of pee. Fucking disgusting. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. 215 away from today's goal. 215 is the number. If you'd like to contribute, thank you very much. We got 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Here's a fun challenge. Throw those fake donos into PayPal and get that under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we'll be right on track to knock this thing out today. Thank you, boys and girls, and I appreciate everyone's support on today's show. Sam Show says, openly admitting that your pick sucks is hilarious, though. I mean, yeah. XX Hot Wheels says, when you're in the Army, your derelict of duty gets you kicked out no matter what rank. Well, the nice thing about being president is, I mean, unless they impeach you, ain't, and then find you guilty, you ain't getting kicked out unless you want to leave or you get voted out. That's it.
Yeah, and I don't think he wants to leave. He's getting, in my opinion, he's getting way too many kickbacks from all this Ukraine shit.
Yeah, I really don't think that it's going to be really tough for them to get him out of there, in my opinion. I mean, what I'm trying to think, has a president ever in the middle? I know there's presidents who haven't sought re-election. Wasn't it LBJ?
Yeah.
Didn't seek re-election. But I don't think there's ever been a president who, like, in the middle of the campaign has gone, like, I'm fucking out of here.
Yeah, as far as I know it's unprecedented.
Yeah. Jill Biden was out this weekend campaigning for Joe Biden and trying to kind of smooth over all the debate stuff. It didn't. It got worse.
Really?
In my opinion, her campaigning for him over the weekend looked worse than the debate performance, to the point where people are now calling Jill Biden Nurse Jill. Because she's basically, you saw her after the debate. She was like guiding Biden off stage, and she was like, kind of had a hand on his back and guiding him different places. Well, then she went and made speeches for him over the weekend, and he's standing in the background like a toddler who doesn't know where the fuck he is.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn bad. I mean, it's just, well, here, let's watch. Some people are saying that, first of all, fucking look at him.
Yeah. It's not a good look for you. I don't know any president that's literally stood back like that and let their wife kind of lead the rally.
Yeah.
It's just the whole time he's standing there, I'm thinking is, like, literally he can't have his shirt collar like tucked in because he's generating too much heat and he might pass out or something, I'm guessing. Like,
oh, and dude, that stare.
Yeah.
That's 1,000-yard stare.
That's the wait a minute, who am I and what am I doing here stare.
Right. That's just a guy. Here's what that stare is. That stare is he's making this noise, first of all. You know that death rattle that old people make where they're struggling to get enough oxygen to live? And then it's that look you give just before someone goes, hey, Joe, and they touch your shoulder and you go, hey, what? That's where Joe Biden is right now. And like, now take that and tack on 4 more years of having to run the biggest economy in the world, the biggest military in the world, the biggest everything in the world.
Do you think he's running any of that shit right now, really? Like, I honestly don't.
I think his advisors are updating him on situations, and I think he goes to meetings, and I think he thinks he's making calls. Put it that way.
But nobody told him it's a Fisher-Price phone.
Right, well, I can't imagine this guy having the mental wherewithal to actually be able to make big decisions. He can't even put a thought on Social Security together. He can't put a thought on abortion together. Like, I don't know how this guy is coming up with, like, contributing to complex conversations about how we run the country.
They told Joe that he has the nuclear football, and he has just a football with a nuclear symbol on it, and that's it. He doesn't realize that that's not what the nuclear football is, Joe.
He just has that yellow and black symbol. That's just on the side of a football. He's like, here, catch a nuclear football. God damn it,
I'll throw it all the way to Russia.
Joe, you have the nuclear football. And someone leans over. Does he really have the nuclear football? No, General Kimsey has it. We just give him a football with the radioactive symbol on it, and he thinks it's the same thing. It's fine. I've got my nuclear football. I'm going to go play some catch with it. All right, Joe.
I saw in him then the same character that I see in him today.
Oh, my God.
And even though he has faced unimaginable tragedies, his optimism is undaunted. His strength is unshakable. His hope is undeterred.
His bowels are letting loose.
Speaking of deterred, he's just deterred his own colon. Thank you, Joe. Wonderful to have you. This is like, it's getting really close to the point where I feel bad for him. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting close.
Nah, I don't feel bad for him, but I think at this point he's probably more being handled than handling anything.
Right. Jill Biden, like, the only hope I have is that maybe Jill Biden's running shit and that there's at least...
Well, that would explain the economy. Women.
Well, I'm just getting to the point now where, like, it's like the plane ride in Major League where they're like, call the stewardess, Vaughn. I'm going to need one of those bags. And like, there are no stewardesses. And someone goes, I wonder if there are any pilots. And you just kind of look down the runway to see if you can see. That's where I'm kind of at with our country, is I'm wondering if there are any pilots, and nobody will let you look at the cockpit because the pilot is looking like this. He makes the grudge noise standing still.
Yeah, he does.
Like you turn Joe Biden around, and he's Donald Sutherland from Invasion of the Body Snatchers. He's rest in peace.
I'm just saying, if Putin behaved this way, I don't think we'd be worried about Russia. Like, they jumped on little things about, oh, does Putin have dementia? Oh, is Putin's brain going? Like a year or two ago with little video clips and stuff. Oh, look at how swollen he is. Is he taking medications for this, that, and the other?
Yeah.
And you look at Joe Biden, and I'm sorry, but no, that man is
I'll say this. I'll make this point. Vladimir Putin still knows which way Kiev is because he's fucking going. By the way, we have a story today about Zelensky all of a sudden after Trump said, look, we're ending this stupid fucking war in Ukraine. if I become president. And Zelensky this weekend goes, I want to sit down with Russia and have peace talks. Enough people have died. And it's like, somebody knows the gravy train's coming to an end. They don't want Trump in there when they open up the books and find out what the fuck happened with Ukraine. I want that shit investigated. I want how much money went into that motherfucker's pocket. I want how much money went into Biden's pocket, Zelensky's pocket. I want to know what we fucking traded for, because we instigated a war with Russia and Ukraine made out like a fucking bandit financially while their people suffered. I want to know what
paid the price for it.
I want to know what the fuck happened. And I think Zelensky wants to make peace with Russia before our election because he doesn't want Trump in there going, all right, let's take a look. What did we do? Because I think it was a whole rat shit corrupt thing that went on with that.
And that'll be interesting. I wonder if Zelensky's going to run for election and actually become an elected official after the war ends, because he's put off the elections because of the war, and he was never elected. They took over the government with a coup. Yeah. I just, that's the weirdest part for me. Like, you guys realize they took over the government, and then the first thing they did is they got rid of elections. I thought we were the people who supported democracy.
That's just it. Yeah. I mean, we said we're helping out Ukraine because we need to fight for democracy. Oh, really? What'd Zelensky do yesterday? Oh, yeah, he suspended elections until the war's over.
Weird.
Are they going to want to vote for the guy who lost the Donbass region? Because they're losing that.
Yeah, I don't even think he'll run for re-election. I think he'll be like, all right, I got my money, job done.
Yeah.
Me and my millions will go to my private estate.
Well, like Dead Game says in the chat, he already bought 3 houses.
Yeah, what more does he fucking need?
He's not going to live in Ukraine after that war's over. He's going to go, job done. I filtered all the money I needed to filter for all of my benefactors. I'm going to go live the sweet life. See you later. Oh, clean up the rubble? Yeah, that's the next guy's job. Dr. Silverwolf for $5 says, I think this whole thing was a misunderstanding. When they said Aaron pounded her like she owed him money, they didn't mean with his fist. Thank you, Dr. Silverwolf. Appreciate it. 210 away from today's goal. If you want to throw in some fake donos on PayPal, make sure you do that. Otherwise, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. The number today is 210 is the number. Willy-nilly with $4.99 says, you haven't done this much news in months. Deflecting month? Much? Johnny scared to come into the studio?
No, I'm lazy.
Hold on a minute. I got to say, my detractors are some of the most desperate people ever. Did we not do an hour and 10 minutes of fucking talking about that till the audience was fucking tired of it? I'm sorry, willy-nilly, but you guys got to find a new shtick. You guys have like a flavor of the month of like the thing that's going to do it. And no offense, but you guys have a real boy who cried wolf problem on your hands. I can't even talk about that thing the way I'd like to and give the whole story, and I still gave you a very thorough explanation of what happened. So even with 2 hands tied behind my back, stop it. Biden campaigning over the weekend. Now we have is this a clip of an extended clip of what we just watched, or?
Yep.
Oh no, this is just video. This is just zooming in on him. There's no audio on this one. Look at that. Look at that fucking stare.
It's just not a good look, even if he's heartfelt and broken up about her talking about him so lovingly. He literally just looks like somebody who's about to ask, who am I and where's my applesauce?
Dude, he looks like someone who, like, we've all had that grandparent who, when you look at him, you're watching every second of life that they have as a struggle between them and the Reaper. That's what he looks like. It's taking considerable effort to keep the machine running.
Yeah. I don't think it's even just considerable effort. I think it's considerable effort and a large amount of pharmaceuticals. I'm guessing they've gassed him up on so much stuff to be able to do the debates and stuff that, like, the day after, he's just worn out.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that even with all the prescriptions he's probably on, he's still like that bad. Like that's him jacked to the gills. Das Optic Nerve in the chat says, headbutt that like button. Yeah. Yes, headbutt the like button, please. We appreciate it. Villain K with $5 says, let's check in on the John Deere assembly workers after the historic pay raises they got after their 2021 month-long strike. Link in next Rumble rant, and then $2 from Villain K. Thank you. 205 away from today. Thank you guys very much. You guys are on a great pace. Keep going, man. Knock it out. Let's call this one a win for the toe. It would extend our win streak to 16 shows. So thank you very much. Villain K with a news story about the John Deere thing. They're announcing mass layoffs amid a production shift to Mexico. That's what happens to these unions, though, man. Like, these unions threaten a strike. They get this big pay raise, and then their bosses go, all right, this is how much it's going to cost us in labor costs. Let's see how much production we can send overseas. Let's send it across the border and save a little money. So
Yeah, but the union leaders get their increased dues because those are based off percentages of checks. So by getting the raise, they did get their more money.
That's true.
I mean, they cost all their coworker friends, but do they give a shit?
Yeah, I mean, it always works out for the guys at the top, whether it's the corporation or the union. The guys up top always get theirs first. And then the workers who get to celebrate, yeah, we fucking took it to the man and we negotiated and we got better pay. It's like, yeah, if you can survive the cuts. By the way, we're closing down your plant and moving it to Mexico because you guys cost too much.
Yeah, I wonder how much people in California rejoiced for I'm a fast food worker and I'm going to get paid a living wage, and then went into work the next day. Yeah, we're getting rid of 90% of our staff and replacing it with automated stuff, so you guys can go ahead and go. But I just got a raise. No, you got a pink slip. But you got a pink slip for $20 an hour.
Hey, I got $30 an hour in the last raise. Yeah, on paper. What do you mean on paper? Well, yeah, you're not working here anymore. Yes, we pay $30 an hour to all our union workers. We're just not going to have as many of them now. That's all. I mean, that's kind of what happened to all the car companies. It's why Detroit rotted and died. The union negotiated all these crazy good deals and these amazing pensions. And all of a sudden, the auto industry started realizing we're paying more for our retired workers than we are our current workers. Like, this is crushing us right now. Then Toyota and all the other foreign car manufacturers caught up with us. And all of a sudden now all these great deals don't look so great because the jobs are going away. It's fucking brutal, man. There's a lot of
car costs $20,000.
Yeah, there's a lot of short-sightedness in a lot of those negotiations. Everyone wants to get theirs right away, and they don't think of the long-term stability of the whole deal. 205 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Fuck it. Drop it under 100 by the end of this hour. Let's make that the goal. Drop her under 100 by 9 o'clock. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, etc. Here's the poll. Political poll, Trump 41, Biden 40 in New Jersey. A Republican has not won New Jersey since 1988. That would have been Bush Sr. won New Jersey. He was the last one to do it.
Oh, no.
So if Trump can pull off New Jersey, he'd be the first one in almost 40 years, 36 years to win that state. By the way, over 1,000 of you still watching the show. Thank you very much. We peaked in the 1,200s today. Now we're at about 1,100. So thank you very much for that. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate you contributing to the show, being a part of it, liking, subscribing. All of that is huge. Thank you guys very, very much. Newsweek claims that undecided voters support Biden post-debate. That's a Newsweek poll. I'll read it again. Found that undecided voters supported Joe Biden after the debate. That's the headline that they put up there. Here you go. Look, that's the Newsweek article. Undecided voters support Biden after the debate.
Okay.
It's crazy, right?
Seems a little weird.
Their sample size for this debate, you know how they tell you, we asked 800 likely voters or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They asked 12 people with a language barrier. I
So
mean,
in other words, they asked 12 illegal immigrants, hey, who would you support? And they agreed to support the guy that's been giving them shit for the last 4 months.
I like a Mr. Biden. Yeah, I mean, this goes beyond bad journalism. This just goes, you're trying to rig the game at this point. You see it slipping away. You think you're going to lose. And you're pulling out the dirtiest of dirty tricks that you possibly can. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. 12 people with a language barrier. And then you report it as, look at all these people who support Biden after the debate. And you don't disclose that part. Fuck you. That's just like, there are...
Well, those are the people that are going to vote for Biden. After all, they've been getting the pamphlets from Mayorkas since they got in here about, hey, remember, it's the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. It reminds me of that scene from fucking, what is it, Gangs of New York, where they're just, as soon as people are getting off the boats, they're like, hey, and remember, vote for us and support us.
Vote Tammany Hall.
Giving you soup and bread and shit, you ungrateful heathens. Now fucking vote for me.
Yeah.
And then shave and vote for me again.
And then fucking Bill the Butcher's throwing bricks at him. I've seen you down there feeding them soup. So they take 12 voters, a focus group post-debate full of Latinos who already largely favor Democrats, and then they told Univision that they support Amnesty Joe after the debate was either subtitled or dubbed for them because many don't speak English. There's ways to rig an election where, you stuff ballot boxes, the more direct ways of rigging an election, you fuck up the count, whatever. Then there's other clandestine, dishonest ways of rigging an election. And to me, this is one of them, where the media just fucking lies their balls off. And then when confronted goes, what? The focus group did say that they supported Biden. It's like, yeah. But you made it sound like it was like this cross-section of the American people and an accurate display of what the election might look like. You didn't tell us it was 12, Latinos who aren't even American watching on fucking Univision, getting a subtitled version of the debate saying, oh, I want Joe Biden. You didn't tell us that. Yeah, what you reported might have been true. Yeah, they did say that, but you didn't tell us who it was. So fuck you.
Consider the source.
It's so rotten. And look, I'm not saying that Republicans don't do the same thing when given the opportunity. I'm not saying that Republicans aren't dishonest or anything like that, but just that fucking move. It's such a delusional move because everybody saw the debate. So when you come out with a poll that says majority of voters side with Biden after the debate, it's like, first of all, we know you're lying. Like, we know that's horseshit. But, you're still not going to come out with it. And then when we expose it and we go, by the way, kind of seems like you guys might be fucking around with the data here. What's going on? And they're like, well, it was illegals and there was a language barrier and they supported Joe. It's like, well, then don't you think those numbers are bullshit? They'll go, what? No, all we're doing is reporting what happened. It's just, it's so fucking dishonest.
And if we had fair elections, I would be laughing even harder because I'm like, well, this will be more fun when reality hits. And you go, what? We said all these people supported Joe. How could he lose by so much in so many places to this guy that we've spent so much time saying is a criminal? But I'm not entirely convinced that we have fair elections. So, yeah, I don't know that that'll happen.
Well, I hope Newsweek got a nice boost in credibility after their illegal immigrants poll that they put out there. Oh, guys, this is becoming like, this next story is becoming as dependable as like trans activist gets busted for crime X. Another never Trumper has been accused of inappropriate messages to an underage boy. This is becoming a weird trend with never Trump Republicans. Now, these aren't Democrats, by the way. These aren't liberals. These are the Rick Wilson, never Trumper type people. Like, a bunch of them have been caught or accused of being really fucking creepy with underage kids.
I would think if you're a never Trumper, after a couple of them get caught or accused of it, you just, safety's sake, just drop everything. Don't even go in there.
Yeah. This is, oh wait, no, this one was a left wing. Wait a minute. Oh, this was a guy who was a Democrat and also part of the never Trumpers. Okay. So he's both? That's weird. Are you allowed to be both? I thought you had to be a Democrat or a never Trumper. I thought
because I thought Democrats were automatically never Trumpers.
Right. Not the B says we generally try and keep it to one. Oh, okay. So there might be more than one. We generally try to keep it to one prominent left-wing activist accused of child sex predation story. But here's Monday's. And chair of Maryland Democrats LGBT group caught in child sex sting. And look, he had meetings at the White House last year. And he was caught by Alex Rosen, who we've watched Alex Rosen's stuff before. He's kind of the new, what's his name? Chris Hansen kind of a guy. So they got him in a sting. Oh boy, the Florida people are going to have to help me with this one. The Alachua County Sheriff's Office continues to investigate the case of Archer resident and Newberry education activist Joel Searby after a judge denied him bond in a pretrial hearing on Tuesday. Searby was arrested June 20th for alleged lewd and lascivious behavior, obscene communication to lure a minor, and obscene communication to travel to meet and lure a minor. Adding, the arrest report recounts Snapchat conversations between Searby and a 15-year-old boy in which Searby solicited the victim for photos and sexual acts. Dude, I'm seeing this a little too much. I mean, at what point are we allowed to point out that, I'm kind of noticing a pattern here.
There seems to be an issue within some groups of people that maybe we should start talking about.
Right. There seems to be... a little. It seems to be a lot of not cross promotion. There seems to be a lot of a cross section of your group that has LGBTQ activist and talking dirty to a 15-year-old boy. Like it's not the first time it's happened. That's all. It just seems like the more you put yourself out there, the more we find out about this, and it doesn't sound very good. I mean,
I'm trying to find a story that supports that, too. There was one that I found on Not the Bee a while ago that I didn't talk about, where a supposedly gay person tweeted out something about how when they were like 14 or 15, like gay men, approached them for sex, and they had sexual encounters with gay men, and it's just an accepted part of the culture of like chaperoning them or whatever. Just kind of a thing where they said the quiet part out loud, where it's like, right. Hey, gay men are really into underage sex with what might be considered children.
Yeah.
And someone just kind of tweeted it. Now I'm trying to find that out.
Milo said that on Bill Maher once, I think. It was on
Club Random?
It was on a podcast. I can't remember what the fucking name of it. You guys know what I'm talking about, where Milo talked about how his first gay sexual encounter, he was in his teens, and he talked about how it's not that uncommon, and it's not as frowned upon in the gay community as it is for straight people. And he got in a lot of trouble for that. Like, they canceled him, got rid of his book. It was in the middle of like Milo becoming a really big deal. He was going to be on Bill Maher's show, and I think he was. And they dug up this podcast. Again, dug something up from years ago where he told some fucking story, and they tried to use it against him. And then you look at like arrests like this, and you look at the countless other arrests we've seen like this, and you go, well, I mean, look, I know what he's saying is really uncomfortable. And I know that if what he was saying was just pulled out of his ass, it would sound really prejudiced and gross and disgusting. But it feels like there's enough smoke here for us to say, hey, is there some kind of issue here? Is there a problem we need to be looking into?
Is there like maybe, I don't know, some people within a certain community that maybe we need to start kind of locking down that group within the community and being like, hey, You got to learn how to behave. I'm
Right.
sorry.
You guys, you gotta chill out just a little bit. So yeah, he said that, and then everyone kind of turned on him, and then we just keep getting more and more of these types of stories. By the way, people are pointing out in the Rumble chat, Milo's a man of God now. He found God and he's not gay anymore. I don't know. Like, I felt like Milo at his peak was the poster child for maybe people are just born this way. You know, I kind of thought Milo was.
Yeah, but he was doing that he was doing that to build a career. And then it came out, maybe people are born this way because I've had a lot of underage. I've had a lot of sexual congress with men who shouldn't have had it with me. And maybe we're just all born this way. And then he lost his job and he went, wait, I found God. Let me back in.
Maybe that was the new grift is like, oh, I found God. I'm a hetero now. Now that because you got to remember, Republicans love their gay friends, their black friends, and their trans friends. Like, if Republicans find a based trans person, all of a sudden, all their objections about trans people go by the wayside. If they find a based gay dude or a based lesbian, they're like, oh, man, gays are the best thing ever. Or if they find a based black dude, they're like, oh, man, aren't blacks cool? And then, like, Republicans try to awkwardly do weird handshakes with black people. It's like, no, you can just shake their hand like a normal person. You don't have to do what it is daddy-o shit. Like, stop. It's enough. It's embarrassing to watch. It makes me uncomfortable. And I'm just watching the damn thing. But, like, Blair White. If Blair White said she was voting for Joe Biden, they would hate her. They were like, what an abomination under God. Blair White's terrible. But Blair White's like, I don't think men should be allowed in women's locker rooms. And blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, yeah, she's fucking based. This is our trans friend. Like, Republicans like to use mascots too. And the three favorite mascots Republicans have are trans, black, and gay. Those are their three favorite. They're like, look, we have one too. Isn't this wonderful? By the way, Joel Searby, the guy who was arrested, was also the chief strategist for the 2016 presidential campaign of Evan McMullin, who was the guy who led the Never Trumpers and ran as a third party in multiple states as a quote unquote Republican option to Donald Trump.
Oh boy.
That doesn't look good. Oh, and don't forget, back in the day, 21 men accused Lincoln Project co-founder of online harassment. John Weaver, a longtime GOP operative who advised John McCain and John Kasich, made sexual overtures to young men, sometimes offering to get them work in politics. So these Never Trump guys, so obsessed with, but they're so obsessed with Trump because they feel like he's, what's the word I'm looking for? They feel like he's inappropriate. They feel like he does, things that are bad for the country.
Talk about grabbing him by the pussy.
Yeah, and they object to all that. But then all of a sudden we start digging into their past and it's like, oh, so you guys are just like projecting because you're fucking weirdos. Oh, okay. Interesting. So that's what we got today for Trump and Biden stuff.
Okay.
That's our Trump-Biden talk for today. J. Brock Contrarian says Eric Church killed himself when he saw Aaron with that shirt on. That would never happen, J. Bra. How fucking dare you? Devil Pup says Lincoln Project.
Yeah, he's having a record year.
Look, after I addressed everything today, I feel like my year got a lot better. After Friday, where I'm like, I think we can be done with the fucking Ricada shit. I think it's done now. I felt a lot better. I let everybody, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I let everybody have their run with it. I let them go nuts with it. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to fight this on Twitter. I've got a show. I've got to talk to the other party involved in this and see what I'm allowed to say. And even with my hands tied behind my back, I have no problem defending this. And I did. And now apparently they're all salty. Apparently they're all upset. They're like, there's no way, like, if you hate me, that I'm ever going to handle this right unless I just go away. Like, just admit that your whole thing is you want me to go away and anything I do is going to be wrong and everything you do is going to be right. Like, I understand what the game is, guys. I let you have your say on 3 days on Twitter. I spent an hour talking about it this morning, and that still wasn't enough control for you. I mean, again, it seems like a lot of your problems with me become projection. And I sit here going, guys, I don't know why you're yelling at me. I can't help you. Like, this isn't something I can really do for you. You know what you can all do for me, though? Knock out the goal and bring us to 16 shows in a row where we've knocked it out, we've hit it, and we've got another win for the toe. 205 away from today. If you want to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Over 1,000 of you still watching. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Also, update on the schedule. Matt can't do the evening shows. And since it's 4th of July week, and people are going to be outside spending a lot of time doing that stuff, we'll give you the morning show to help you with on your way to work, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But we're going to not do evening shows this week.
So we are doing a show Wednesday.
Yeah, we're going to do a show Wednesday. We'll see if Gino can do that one for Rumble Friday. I know that sometimes his Wednesdays are really tricky.
Well, if you need me, let me know.
You and I will do today and tomorrow. And then Wednesday we'll just kind of be on standby and see how it goes. All right, guys, here's what I want you to do. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock out that 205. What I'd really like to do is be at 100 in the next 40 minutes. So if we could be at 100 by the top of the hour, that'd be cool. It's been a really good day. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for all of your support. Hit subscribe, hit like, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's call it another win for the toe. I had to do some digging and some research on this one, Johnny. I don't know. This might come as a shock to a lot of you, but I don't know everything.
Yeah, that's a very true statement.
I don't know it all. And some stuff I look at it and people are going crazy about it, and I'm like, I have no fucking clue what this is. Chevron deference. Have you ever heard of Chevron deference?
Yep.
Well, then fuck you. I'm sorry. What is Chevron deference, smart guy?
Chevron deference is, it was instituted in like the 80s, and what it allows for is the alphabet agencies to literally use the congressional framework of laws and then apply it specifically in a situation, saying what is or isn't the law. Quintessentially, in short, it allows the FBI, FDA, and all of them, it allows them to almost write laws while circumventing, courts and everything else. How close am I?
I don't know. I still don't totally know what it is. But we're going to talk about it. People are pumped about it, man. They're very excited. Chevron is overruled. People were writing things like a great day for the Constitution.
Yep.
Supreme Court overrules Chevron deference, wiping out 40 years of precedent that required federal courts to defer to expert opinions of federal agencies. All three liberals dissented, so it was a 6-3 vote, and it broke down along ideological lines. So basically what this thing did was if a federal court had a case and the FBI or FDA or CIA or anyone else had anything to say about it, they could just fuck the whole thing?
Well, they could come in and explain how this is a violation of the law. It wasn't interpreted by courts or anything else. It's literally the agencies responsible for arresting them are going, hey, well, in this framework, it says having a gun under this thing is illegal. And so because of X, Y, and Z, we're saying that that's illegal. And as opposed to it being a conversation, it's an automatic admitted fact. We're like, no, they broke the law here. And yeah, they're not supposed to be able to do that.
So Chevron deference is basically the court, before the court can have an opinion,
the agencies
the three-letter
get to decide
agency.
What the law is.
Oh my! We were doing that for 40 years.
Yeah.
So for the last 40 years, we weren't really living in a checks and balances. We were living in an oligarchy, and probably still are. But like this chips away at it a little bit.
Yeah, it breaks a lot of it down. Well, not a lot. It breaks a lot of one of the founding parts of it down.
Jesus.
We still have that whole Patriot Act thing to deal with, but
I mean,
one
the
at a time.
Look, one at a time. We'll get there. MSNBC is calling it the end of government as we know it. Why? Oh my God. There's a difference between being a Democrat and liking big government and basically being a cheerleader for authoritarianism and dictatorship. And like the Democrats have just blown way past anything that's like big government, and they've gone right to, no, fuck it. We don't trust the people. They're all retarded. They're stupid. We've made their schools stupid. We can't trust them. Let's trust not elected government. Let's trust unelected government to handle this whole thing. Would you like to watch MSNBC cry about it?
Yes.
All right. We're going to learn a little something about Chevron deference today.
This week, the Supreme Court heard two cases that have the...
Holy shit, this guy's booming voice means that he knows what he's talking about. Do you hear how serious this man is? You'd better fucking listen.
potential to upend government function as we know it. The cases, Loper Bright Enterprises versus Raimondo, and another aptly called Relentless versus the Department of Commerce, are on the surface about fishing boats that, because of EPA requirements, are mandated to foot the bill for an inspector whose job is to basically oversee the boats to prevent overfishing.
So, let me try to guess. In that case, instead of like presenting your case how like this is overburdensome to the fishermen and this costs too much money and this is going to hurt our industry, the court had to just listen to the EPA talk about why this was totally okay to do for the environment and defer to the EPA on it.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's fucking bullshit. And I know people like you and other people who know what it is like, yeah, Aaron, that's what we've been screaming. How did you not know what this is? Well, I know about it now because they got rid of it. I didn't know it was going on. I didn't know that the EPA could just come into the courts and go, oh, yeah, that's totally fine. And the court would be like, well, we had an opinion on the matter, but EPA says it's totally fine. We'll continue. By the way, just his description of that, doesn't that just sound like nepotism?
It sounds skeezy as fuck. The government's decided that, and I have to put up with this in other ways too. The government's decided that you have to go through a thing because they say so. But you also have to pay to go through this thing because they say so. So but you're the one who needs this, not me. Yeah, but you have to pay for it. I'm not gonna pick up the bill for the thing that I say you need.
But it's not like, not only that part I think is dirty and crooked, but just the way he's explaining the fishing situation. Like, that just sounds like somebody's doing a favor for someone in government so somebody can get rich. Like, the fishermen have to foot the bill for these inspectors to make sure they're not overfishing. So this gives somebody's nephew a job where he can be an inspector, and then the government can make a shitload of money off these fishermen, and then it will raise the price of fish and everything else. It's just fucking dirty. And all you need to back it up is some rubber stamp bureaucrat in the EPA going, oh, yeah, it's totally fine. We need it for clean water or something, or the fish population.
And all it costs us is, our economy and our way of life and everything just going down the drain a little bit more while the people run and go, hey, we've gotten so many new jobs. It's the greatest economy in the world. Ignore the fact that over 25% of them are in the federal government.
Yeah. So, like, this should be like a Braveheart Battle of Sterling Bridge moment, right? Like,
kind
of big.
Anyone who's in support of Chevron deference is not your friend. That's the short way.
Secret communist?
Kind of.
Yeah.
The fishing companies don't want to pay for the inspectors. And
no shit. You mean that somebody who runs a business doesn't want to increase their overhead? What a dick. You mean that fishing...
This would be like if a food inspector came into a restaurant and you had to pay for the privilege of getting a rating.
Right. Like, hey, we're going to search your restaurant up and down for everything. Oh, and by the way, you have to pay for the pleasure. Like, no, then I have to raise the prices on my customers. And then the government will go, oh, these evil restaurant corporations raising prices on their customers. They don't care about the working person. That's one thing that's always pissed me off about voters is that they don't see through how the government takes business people and pits them against little people when in reality they're kind of they're more on the same side than government and the people are. Like, they'll do this thing where they're like, these evil corporations are jacking up prices. Forget the fact that you raised regulations on these corporations or you raised their taxes or anything else. They're going to do the evil thing and then pass it along on these business people and go, oh, these people are fucking you. And you're like, no, the government's fucking you. But it's just, people miss that. This is like...
Does anyone notice the sizes are getting smaller? They're calling it shrinkflation. No. The sizes are getting smaller because of inflation, and the companies are still trying to turn a profit.
Right.
You made a problem, and they're trying to survive.
have argued that it's unconstitutional for the EPA to mandate that rule. But what's really at stake here has very little to do with fishermen or the cost of the inspectors. What's really at stake here is a 40-year-old legal doctrine called Chevron deference, which gives federal agencies the authority to make decisions regarding areas in their expertise.
So as long as it's in your area of expertise, you can fuck people and there's nothing the courts can do about it. That's bullshit. The court is the final check from government overreach.
Right.
The
and
whole point
Chevron deference was the first way we established the government's ability to overreach.
Right. The whole point of the Supreme Court is to be, or the courts in general, is to be the final judge on the Constitution, the final protector of the Constitution and what it means.
The final nail in the coffin. Oh, shit, I misspoke.
So when you sit there and you go, well, no, see, if you're the EPA, so basically here's Chevron deference. Hey, the EPA wants to do a thing. And then someone goes to the court and goes, I don't think this is constitutional. And then the court has to go, hey, EPA, what do you think? Like, yeah, we have to do this. And the court's like, well, our hands are tied. Like, yeah, the EPA, obviously, everyone who works for the EPA thinks that everything the EPA does is something they should do because they get paid. But what about whether or not it's constitutional for a three-letter agency to just unilaterally fuck people like this? Oh, my God. Well, hopefully this getting overturned will change some things. It would be nice.
Where Congress has not given explicit or unambiguous direction. Federal agencies are run by experts, all of whom are congressionally improved.
Improved. They're congressionally improved.
Well, let me tell you this. If all of these EPA and federal government people are approved by the same people who voted for the war in Iraq, the funding for Ukraine, and the continuing support of the Israel-Gaza war, well, then, by God, we should let all these really competent people just do their job.
Yeah, why aren't they in charge?
You have to understand, all of these people in these three-letter agencies are approved by Congress. That's like the that's like the scene in Shooter where he's like, I am a United States Senator. Exactly. Right. These people, this Ali Velji, these people are approved by Congress. Exactly. That's why I would rather have the courts make a decision on this. Because these retards were approved by these retards. This looks like
those retards were elected by these retards.
Yeah,
let's be clear here.
Here's why I like the courts. It stops these retards who were approved by these retards who were voted on by these retards. I just figured the people in the powdered wigs might have a little more sense. That's all. The courts need to be the final protection from us. That's what the courts are.
Approved. Nearly 20,000 laws, standards, and protections upon which we rely today were arrived at based on agency deference.
Oh, really? So you're saying that once Chevron deference was passed, we got to explode the size of government like a supernova. Wow, dude, you're really selling me on this thing. Fucking
a whole bunch of regulations and laws were passed that allowed us to penalize, criminalize, and ultimately take money away from American citizens for what the agencies insist were things they had to do. They wouldn't lie to you guys.
Right. Once we let the agencies do whatever they want and then back themselves up in court, we just got a shitload of new regulations that just so happen to have a price tag attached to them that brought more into their budget. Boy, I'm glad we have these people looking out for us. I've always thought this about fishing, too, about the idea of overfishing. We're going to have a government regulator come in and make sure you're not taking too many fish. Well, I'm sorry, but if your job is fishing and your production and your livelihood depends on there being fish, don't they have a vested monetary interest in making sure there's plenty of fish in the lake or the ocean or anywhere else?
No.
I mean,
they have a vested interest in keep pulling it out.
But if they're okay, let's say there's no more fish to pull out. You've overfished it.
Then we'll all fucking starve and then it'll be fun.
All 0 times that's ever happened. But the FDA had to get their fucking inspectors in there and go, oh, like there was no, the EPA getting inspectors in there was not in response to some great fish shortage that we were having in this country. I mean, we have a DNR here in Minnesota. that tries to
restock the lakes.
Well, and they're supposed to be responsible for controlling the fish population. Yet in Mille Lacs Lake, the last few years, there's been years where they haven't allowed people to go walleye fishing because they fucked up the population of walleye so bad. So this idea that, oh, if we get government involved, then it'll all be regulated better than those nasty fishermen. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Because before Chevron deference and before all this EPA shit, there was no like, oh, the great American, you don't read about the great American fish shortage of 1972. Because it didn't fucking exist. We didn't need these inspectors. It was
Aaron, because all those people died from hunger and they couldn't write down what happened.
We lost more pescatarians that year than in any year before or since combined. This was a corrupt government thing that could get people some extra jobs and put a little extra private sector money in the public sector's pocket. But anyway,
this is something that was sold like unions, where it's like, no, we're doing this to help you. We're doing this to make things better because government isn't moving fast enough to make all these laws. And boy, gosh, howdy, wouldn't it be easy if the people enforcing the laws could also just make them on the spot too and decide how well they should be used or what is and isn't a violation.
What was the Reagan saying? The scariest 8 words in the English language. I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
I'm here to help.
Yeah.
For example, the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, makes decisions on human health and the environment. And Congress may leave certain aspects or parameters of a law for the EPA to determine. That is, when Congress agrees that, okay, sure, we should have clean air or clean water, but doesn't specify how exactly we should get clean air or clean water. Then it will defer to these agencies.
Okay, that's great. But that's not the court's job. The court's job is to determine whether something a government agency is doing is constitutional or not. They don't get to go, yeah, it's constitutional, and the court has to go, okay, I guess fucking our hands are tied. No. That's not how it works. And I love this guy. He's like, well, Congress decides we should have clean air and clean water. As if anyone's against clean air and clean water. We don't give a 3-letter agency that is not beholden to voters such a wide definition of what their role is as clean air and clean water, and then just defer to them whenever they want to do something, because then they could go, clean air and clean water means no boats with motors in them on the lakes. Well, that's infringing on people's freedom. You can't do that. But if they went to the courts and the courts went, well, what do you think, EPA? And they went, this is absolutely 100% necessary to get clean air and clean water. Oh, well, then our hands are tied. Not guilty. Keep doing what you're doing. Good.
Also, how's that clean water thing working for Flint, Michigan EPA? I gotta say,
you guys are doing
the EPA
great.
needs to write these regulations, needs to do this stuff. Yeah, but I noticed the EPA doesn't, penalize or in any way go after companies that seem to be, ruining our water table in the name of fracking and other things. It's really weird how those companies are fine, but we got to go after the little fishermen. Weird.
The EPA almost destroyed Springfield that one time.
Thank God Homer saved it.
Thank God Homer saved it. I mean, EPA.
Like the EPA and the environmental scientists and the experts who work for that agency to determine the laws and guidelines for how we can get to that goal.
Okay, you see that? You see what he just said there? How he's cheerleading this thing? That sounds fucking terrifying to me.
Yeah.
I just can't believe that people can have this much of a disconnect, be so far apart on something. Like, this guy's like, this unelected agency gets to decide what we do and how we do it, and then all these experts get to go to the court and tell them to shut the fuck up, that it's totally fine. I'm like, that sounds really scary. That sounds like a 3-letter agency dictatorship that we're living under.
See, the Congress people that you elected then appointed people that you never had a say in at all to do these jobs. And then they make incredibly vague laws where the people they appointed can work within to penalize whoever they want.
Penalize whoever they want or extract as much money for themselves as they want, which is what it's really about.
Now, these agencies, among other functions, are the regulatory bodies upon which we rely in nearly every aspect of our daily lives.
Okay. Let's see how many of these we can get rid of. I love playing this game. I want to look up their budgets. I want to see how much money we get to save by gutting some of these.
By gutting some of these?
Yeah.
Or getting rid of them altogether?
Just eliminating them. All right. Annual budget of... Okay, ready? Department of Homeland Security. Can we keep it or get rid of it?
Get rid of it.
Okay, I'm getting rid of it too. So let's see. We just saved... I need a piece of paper. Hold on. We're going to do this.
I can just pull up a calculator.
We're going to save a bunch of money annually. $185 billion for the Department of Homeland Security. That's every year. Now let's go Department of Veterans Affairs.
Well, that one I think we should keep.
Well, until we can find something to replace it with, because they do a shitty job. I mean, they're not doing
a
good
shitty job, yeah. But I mean, overall, the department needs to be improved. But overall, I think the veterans are the one thing we need to actually take care of better.
All right, Department of Education, Federal Department of Education.
Like that one needs to be gutted.
Yep, I'm saying gone because we have 50 departments of education already.
Yeah, doesn't each state have a Department of Education?
Every single state has one, so we don't need a federal one. Let's see. What is the Department of Education's annual oh my fucking God. 2022, $639 billion. Annually. All right, there we go. We got to that one. Department of Energy.
Technically, we need that one. That's what keeps an eye on and monitors and regulates like the
grid and whatnot.
The grid and the like the nuclear reactors and stuff. So yeah, we kind of need to keep somebody keeping an eye on those things, make sure they're working properly.
I'll keep that. Okay, I'm fine with that one. We'll keep it. We would have saved $160 billion. Department of Transportation. We have an
we need that.
Yeah, we have an interstate highway system and shit. I'm making libertarians mad right now because I love gutting all these departments, but like libertarians would be like, dude, fuck energy, fuck this, fuck that. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
I don't know enough about that one to say I want to keep it.
I'm going to say this. I think the government in control of like housing and shit like that, I think it does more harm than good. I think they fuck over a lot of people.
Well, if the government's in control of housing, do they want to explain why so many corporations are the ones buying homes and not people?
That's what I mean. I'm getting rid of them. And I'm saving $278 billion while I do it. By the way, these numbers are annual. So every year I'm saving this. Department of Health and Human Services. Kind of have.
Yeah, that one we need.
That's one of those poisonous ones that like getting rid of the cancer is going to kill you. Department of Defense. I mean, it needs to be shrunk, but you got to have one. I wish they would go back to calling it the Department of War. Because
that would be better.
That's
at least
more
then
what
to be honest.
Department of Labor. I don't even know what the fuck they do. Is that like OSHA and shit?
Yeah, that one you need for making sure companies.
Okay.
Department of Commerce also.
Okay, keeping Department of Commerce. Department of Justice is fucking corrupt as shit, but
that one needs to shrink.
Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, because before the Department of Agriculture, I think we had like the Dust Bowl and stuff. So
Department of the Interior.
What the fuck does that do?
I don't know. You want to get rid of it and see what happens?
Yeah, fuck it.
Let's be ignorant on one of them, because most of them that we don't know what they do totally, we've been like, leave them. Department of, what was it? Interior.
Department of Interior.
Let's see how much we save. We're only saving $18 billion. Fuck it, they can stay. And then Treasury and State Department. All right, let's see what we say. Who did we get rid of? We got rid of Homeland Security.
Yep.
Housing and Urban Development.
We got rid of education.
And education. All right, what we saved in total, 17, 22.
Just 10, under a trill?
20, 3, 9, 11. So we saved $1.1 trillion a year. We basically wiped out the budget deficit by just getting rid of those things. I mean,
it could work.
It's doable. All right, let's keep up with this Chevron deference thing. I like watching MSNBC's coverage because they're pouting about it. They think Chevron deference was awesome. I want to see.
The Environmental Protection Agency regulates pollutants. The Department of Transportation comes up with safety standards for cars and highways. The U.S. Department of Agriculture makes sure our food is safe. The FDA determines which drugs are available to us. OSHA.
Oh, by the way, dude, you're not selling anyone on this. You're just making me want to get rid of more departments because you're going.
Yeah, as you're explaining these, I'm just going through the list of ways they've fucked up or failed their job in the last 8 years alone.
Yeah. Hey, what about the FDA? Like, yeah, can we get rid of them? What's their budget? Yeah, fuck them. Fuck the FDA. We're getting rid of them. And the horse they rode in on, the whole deal.
The Department of Labor keep workers safe and protect workers' rights. Experts at the
fucking killing it, guys. Fucking killing it.
You want to hear how the people at John Deere and California are doing? How's that going?
And Human Services help our healthcare policy adapt to emergencies, changing technology. You
guys are doing great. It's fun watching liberals try to defend big government, and they just don't understand how people feel about these things. just like, oh, this does this and this does that. We're like, yeah, fuck them, get rid of them. Like, there's at least 2 departments now that we didn't get rid of. That after he explained it, I went, yeah, get rid of them. They're fucking terrible.
Informs healthcare decisions that have an impact on more than half of the country's population. Chevron deference is rooted in the belief that agency experts and not courts have subject area expertise to inform and implement laws with the appropriate nuance. Now, conservative groups have for decades.
Courts are supposed to be the one, like, that's the whole point of the checks and balances, is the courts are supposed to be the ones that make sure the government experts don't overshoot their fucking goal, motherfucker. Like, you literally just explained why this needs to exist.
Right.
Been working to undo Chevron in order to limit agency power and to limit regulatory authority.
Yay! How is that not the greatest thing ever? Why are you saying this and crying at the same time? This is good. Oh man, this thing that they're trying to kill, if they killed it, it would greatly weaken the government's ability to regulate your everyday life. Oh no. Don't do that.
You mean they can't tell me whether or not I have to use a specific electric stove? Oh, fuck.
They're not going to be able to ban gas stoves. How will we ever live? They're not. Wait, you mean they're not going to take billions and billions of dollars to build electric charging stations, like hundreds of thousands of them, and then build 7 in the first 4 years? What?
For instance, back in 2018, then White House counsel to President Trump said it outright at the Conservative Political Action Conference, quote, there is a coherent plan here where actually the judicial selection and the deregulatory effort are really the flip side of the same coin. And
yeah, cool. We get to put judges in who give a flying fuck about the Constitution and will limit government, which is the court's fucking job. The court's job is it's called checks and balances. The court is there to check government overreach, not give it to them. God damn it, these people are just fucking, I don't know any word but slaves for them.
Yeah.
They're just slaves. They think the government is out there to help them.
End quote. On Wednesday, the conservative majority on the Supreme Court appeared exceptionally sympathetic to the fisherman's case and increasingly hostile toward the Chevron precedent. If the Supreme Court overturns Chevron, as it appears poised to do, it would drastically shrink the power of federal agencies to regulate much of anything at all.
Yes!
Yeah.
Oh!
Because it's the job of Congress and the elected officials to regulate it. It's the job of these agencies to enforce the regulations, not make them up as they see fit.
Regulators! Fuck off. This guy, like, dude, stop selling. I'm buying already. Jesus.
I'm bacon.
He's trying to make this sound like it's a bad thing, and all he's doing is making me harder and harder over this Chevron thing.
Which means that private businesses and corporations may have more ability to challenge and violate regulations like environmental regulations, food safety regulations, trading and financial regulations.
Yeah! You hear that, boys and girls? Those big bad corporations want to put cyanide in your breakfast cereal, you fucking dickhead. Jeez. I love how he uses buzzwords that he thinks will get stupid people. He's like, that means that businesses and corporations will be able to get around those good regulations that we need so much. Fuck off.
Regulations, just to name a few. The knock-on effect of overturning Chevron is difficult to calculate because it has the potential to have an impact on nearly every facet of our government and of our daily lives.
Cool.
Joining me now, Melissa Murray, professor of law at NYU, co-host of Strict.
Oh, yeah, she totally looks like she'll give the opposite opinion of what that guy just said.
The Trump indictments, the historic charging documents with commentary. I mean, come on, man. Like, try a little bit harder. Where's your LGBT flag? I don't know if
I think it's the glasses
and the bob cut are selling it enough.
I was just going to say the glasses are her LGBT flag. Oh, my God. This is perfect. So this guy goes on this rant about, Chevron deference, and then he goes, and now to join me, someone who will totally echo everything I just fucking said. Get those pineapples off that pillow. They fucking trigger me, dude. I'm not kidding. Get them the fuck out of here.
The Strict Scrutiny podcast and an MSNBC legal analyst. Melissa, thank you for being with us. I appreciate having you here.
You have Minecraft glasses.
Look, I think we have to start with the understanding of why regulations exist and whether they are valuable or they are onerous.
Wow, it's almost like it would be great if we had a court to decide that.
It's almost like the regulations should be made by people who want them to be there. The government agencies should try to enforce them, and then the judges should decide whether or not this enforcement was valid.
Fucking hell.
These kinds of arguments make it seem that it's black and white. So it's entirely possible we have too much regulation in some cases, or that it's not appropriate regulation. But for many people, regulation exists as a protection that your water is not polluted, a protection that your air is not polluted, that your meat is not spoiled when you buy it.
Right, because you know what we're going to do? We're going to get rid of all of those.
Hey guys, how's that air quality doing with those forest fires? How's that water quality doing with those train accidents in where was that fucking
Ohio?
Place? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Ohio, yeah.
Palestine.
So
Ohio.
just you guys are doing a bang up job keeping all that stuff great, and
this fucking idea. They always do this though. Like they know what we're talking about when we say over-regulation and burdensome regulations, and then they jump right to, well, it's what keeps spoiled meat from hitting the shelves, and it's what keeps it. Yeah, we're not talking about those. Everybody fucking agrees on those. It's the fish counter guys that the fishermen have to pay for. Stop it.
From the shop that your paint doesn't have lead in it. So how do we think about...
Yeah, you know what? If we get rid of Chevron deference, everyone's going to start dumping lead paint because judges will see a case where people are dumping lead into paint, and they'll go, yeah, send that on through. It's totally fine. We're too busy chewing rocks for breakfast to stop that one. Christ, this guy's unbearable. The worst part about him is he's just a fucking propagandist. He knows what he's saying is bullshit. He knows he's being a fucking asshole, but he's trying to brainwash dumb people.
And he's winning.
Too bad we don't have Chevron deference. We could regulate him off the air. No, I'm kidding. I don't want that. I don't want that.
Does this mean, does this mean we can get to a place where, who are the ones that regulate the FCC?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, can we get to a place where the FCC can finally be like, hey, how about you have freedom of speech so you can say what you want on the air, and if people don't want to listen, they don't have to.
Right.
This ongoing multi-decade effort to crush regulation?
It's a terrific question. And as you suggest, Ali, the fact of the herring fishermen here is something of a red herring because this case...
you see what she did? The herring fisherman is a red herring.
I thought communism was a red herring.
That story's a bit of a red herring, and you're a bit of a black commentator.
It's not necessarily about mom and pop fisheries, but rather about the deep-pocketed corporate interests who have been...
See, they always do that. They go, oh, yeah, this is about protecting all of you from the big corporation. Well, guess what? The big corporation has deep enough pockets to get around the regulations. You know who doesn't? The mom and pop fisher people who have to abide by it that gets put out of business.
Yeah, those people go bye-bye while you're doing... The ones who can absorb this stuff, just the same way as the fucking COVID thing. Oh, we got to shut down these places and, we got to protect these people. Yeah, mom and pop stores couldn't stay closed. Walmart could.
Yes,
Like,
exactly.
you guys literally... you talk about how the corporations are, oh, we got to stop these evil corporations and stop corporations from running rampant. And we have to regulate them. Yeah, but then when it comes to time to support the mom and pop shops, you really bend over backwards to make everything better for the corporations. So
right.
I don't believe you're serious. It's a disingenuous argument.
Right.
And Jesus fucking Christ, those glasses are driving me nuts.
Well,
they don't even look real. It looks like a fucking filter, like she's on Snapchat and she put on fucking come on me glasses.
But it's like minimum wage increase. They're like, oh, we're doing this for the worker. It's like, really? Because Target and Walmart will survive it. The mom and pop shops will not. They can't afford the overhead.
And then you cut weird deals for those things when you write those laws. Like your buddy at Panera gets a fucking scapegoating on that law because apparently he deals with fresh baked bread.
Hey,
I can't say that.
There you go.
Hostile to regulation for some time. And so, as you say, we live in a regulated environment all the time. It's what creates a safe environment for all of us. The air that we breathe, the water that we drink, the food that we eat, the things that we put on our face, the drugs that we consume. All of those things are subject to federal regulation.
And nobody is saying that those things won't stay. What we're saying is when a regulation gets challenged in court, the people who made the regulation don't just get to snap their fingers and go, no, it's totally fine that we do that. And the court has to suck their dick and say, okay. But now they get their day in court. They have to explain the regulation and the court gets to make a decision. It's called fucking checks and balances. And to be against that makes you look kind of suspect. No offense. It makes you look a little fucky to me that you're against this basic principle of America, which is, hey, the government lets somebody do something and then it gets challenged in the courts and then the courts get to decide if it's constitutional. Shut up and just be regulated, you serfs.
Yeah, again, this whole idea, like, they've regulated so much and they do it to keep us safe. And it's like, yeah, but some of their regulations to keep you safe are things like requiring cars to have, sensors in the back so that way you can be notified that your kid is in the back of the car.
Right.
Like, one, your car shouldn't be doing that for you. No. You shouldn't be regulating things to go, all right, we have to make this safety feature available because some people are too stupid. And we have to, again, you can't pad the entire world for all of the idiots. A certain amount of Darwinism has to exist where dumb people pay a price for being stupid. And if we regulate everything in that regard, all we're going to do is create a more stupid and docile society. Gee, what do we have right now?
Dude, I know that the audience was jumping on me a little bit at the beginning when I was like, I don't really know what Chevron deference is. And they're like, what? You don't? And now that I just watch MSNBC bitch about it, I'm like, I fucking hate Chevron deference. This is awesome.
I'm so glad it's gone.
Yeah, this fucking rules, doggy. I think this is great. Lander says, this is why I find Aaron so attractive. The load spectacles. Thank you. Tracy Lynn says, I hate the big glasses everyone is wearing. Ugly as fuck.
Yeah, dude.
Pick it on socialist media. This brain dead cunt is a professor.
Yeah, but it's NYU. So, I mean.
MQ says, this is laughable. Everything she said is basically poisoned. They ain't saving shit. Right? They're like, oh, they're here to make sure your drugs are good. How's that vaccine cooking? They're here to make sure the water's clean. Flint, Michigan. They're here to make sure the rail is good. Palestine, Ohio. Dead Game says, the vacuum left is what they're all fighting for. Obama is at the helm currently. Oh, shit. We got to go to a bunch of YouTube stuff coming in. Pip with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, buddy. Maudiff with $4.99 says this guy, he's talking about Ali Velshi. This guy gets it. So Maudiff likes him. Maudiff also says what you need is a chairman to run everything. Maudiff with $9.99. Politics is war without blood, while war is politics with blood. That's a quote by the chairman. Thank you, Chairman Mao. Pol Pot Diff says too much regulation. Invade Phnom Penh instead. Thank you, Pol Pot Diff. Hey, guys, 180 away from today's goal, so we are getting closer. Here's what I say. How about another quick rally, and let's get this thing right down there, and then at 9:55, we'll hammer the rest of it out. Throw in a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. Everybody throw in a little bit. We'll take care of that 180. We'll get our 16th straight victory for the toe. We had over 1,200 people in here at our peak today. Maybe more. That's just what I saw. Thank you so much for all of your support. I'm going to open up all of these 7 o'clock hour stories, and in the meantime, I'll talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go ahead and get yourself your tickets to the Steel Toe 10th anniversary show and roast. It's going to be great. We've got a lot of awesome people coming. Chad Zumach even expressed interest in showing up. That could be fun. Go ahead and check it out. Eventbrite.com is where you can get your tickets. A lot of the VIPs have been getting their comped tickets. They've been sending those to my email. Thank you guys very much. I'd say we're a little over half packed at this point, and we've got over a month before the event. So get your tickets at eventbrite.com. $30 for the roast, $10 for the cornhole tournament, $35 for both. Go ahead and get those at eventbrite.com. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care. All Care Towing, of course, has the trucks and wreckers to pick you up no matter what you're driving, whether it's motorcycle, heavy-duty equipment, or anything in between. That's, of course, our friends at All Care Towing who have you taken care of. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Go to Midland Armory, and I tell you what, use Gearfire Capital to purchase your next firearm, and you're going to make a nice monthly payment on your next gun that you'll have for the rest of your life. Spend over $500, Gearfire Capital will be able to finance your next firearm for a great monthly price. Go to MidlandArmory.com and check them out today. That's MidlandArmory.com, or go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Derek and Tracy know their stuff, and they've got you taken care of. Make sure, with any questions, you go to Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Pol Pot Diff with $1.99 says, purge Cambodia and chill tomorrow, babe. I tell you, that Pol Pot was always a charmer, wasn't he? By the way, Pol Pot did not like the chicks with glasses. Oh, sorry, I muted you. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah.
Pol Pot, one of the things he did was if people wore glasses, that was a sign of them being intellectual, and he had them killed. And Ricky Gervais had an awesome joke. He goes, well, if they were so fucking smart, why didn't they just take their specs off? Oh, shit, does that look like Pol Pot coming? And just take your glasses off, act like a retard, and you'll be, well, maybe don't act like a retard.
Yeah, he might not want people who are mentally infirm hanging around.
He might just want the mid. He just wants the mid to stick around. Gray Duckling with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. Hey, that sounds like the start of a rally to me. 170 away from knocking out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Thank you guys very much. And I appreciate you guys having the shows back on all that horse shit from this weekend. That is fucking awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. And the fact that so many people, Johnny included, were just like, yeah, I never even fucking heard of it.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about it. I had a busy weekend, so I was kind of busy.
Yeah. I mean, thank you guys very much. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't think some bullshit that some third party threw out from 2.5 years ago was really that big of a deal. But, you know, if you don't like me and you don't like this show, you'll kind of grab onto anything. All right, guys, 170 is the number. And I say, you know what? Fuck it, dude. Rally up, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Let's get her within striking distance before that 9:55 5-minute run. And let's have a successful. We've only got 3 morning shows to support this week. So thank you guys for throwing in a couple bucks. I appreciate it. This was really interesting. I wanted to dig into the meat and potatoes of this story all weekend long. Kanye West has been sued over how he had treated his employees and his girlfriend sending porn to the staff that was accessible to minors. This is fucking wild, these allegations. Now, I don't know if they're true or not. They could be bullshit, but Kanye West created an app to promote his rap music.
Right.
And according to the lawsuit, fostered a racist environment with brutal work conditions, while his wife Bianca sent porn videos to staff which were accessible by minors, according to a new lawsuit. Here's the problem.
Can I see the video firstly?
Right. Here's the problem with this for Kanye. He's so insane that this sounds plausible.
I could buy it.
Yeah.
Just off of the way him and Bianca have been in public. Like, she's gone out in public literally pretty much naked wearing see-through pants. And it's like, I just, at a certain point, I've been actually in a weird way. Maybe I'm a simp. Probably am. But like I've been kind of like defending her. Like, there's no, like, Kanye's making her do this, right? Like, this is a male dominance thing. Like, I got to show off how hot my piece of ass is. And I got to like that's the way I've been going with it this whole time. But if she's sending porn vids, maybe she's just fucked up and likes flaunting it, I guess.
There's somebody for everybody, you know. I haven't found mine yet. I'm working on it.
Really?
Yeah. I got to find my somebody for everybody. Maybe it's Slam Piece. Maybe Slam Piece is my somebody for everybody.
I don't think Slam Piece deserves that.
I thought you were going to say something else, apparently.
No.
Not a defense of me.
I like Slam Piece. She's a nice girl. I wish better for her.
Oh,
you know?
Thank you. I appreciate that. How about me?
Yeah. You'll be fine, I'm sure.
Sleep in your bed.
Got to worry about everybody? God.
Now, the bombshell suit filed in U.S. District Court named Ye and his former chief of staff, oh, here we go, Milo Yiannopoulos, being named in the lawsuit as a defendant. Boy, Milo's made a couple appearances on today's show. The suit alleges Kanye and company engaged in forced labor and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. The two were accused of making false promises to pay their adult and minor employees and forcing them to work insanely long hours as they were openly mocked with racist jabs and called, quote, new slaves. Isn't one of Kanye's songs called New Slaves?
I don't know his catalog well enough to know that. That might be true.
It all started in the spring of 2024. Fuck, so this is like right away? So Kanye just starts a company, hires people. There's no honeymoon period. It's just right off the bat. You fucking slaves. Here's some porn, you fucking creeps. Boom. Oh, no, I just saw this on the side scroll. Ben Affleck moves belongings out of marital home with Jennifer Lopez. God damn it, guys. Make it work. Hey, Ben Affleck and I.
Yeah.
Wait, no, he's good. This is going to be his third divorce, isn't it?
Yeah, because didn't he marry her
married
once and divorce her?
J-Lo, divorced her. Jennifer Garner, divorce. Yes, I'm doing better than Ben Affleck, although he's got a few years on me.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he'll be able to pick up somebody pretty quick. I feel like there's no shortage of beautiful women being like, hey, Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck and I, both two men who have never choked or headbutted a woman. Congratulations to us. It all started in the spring of 2024 when Ye decided to launch the YZYVSN streaming service app to rival Tidal, Spotify, and Apple Music. Now, Johnny, I'm not a marketing expert, but Tidal, Spotify, Apple Music, those all seem to roll off the tongue pretty easily, don't they?
Yeah.
Those seem to be
nice
apps that you can name. So if I want to get, do I want to get Tidal, Spotify, Apple Music, or Yezivison for my streaming service? You could call it Ye Streaming. You can call it Ye Music. Anything. Ye Music sounds really good.
Ye Music looks great. Like, I mean, that the ad sells itself. Hey, man, we need something. This place is boring. Yay, music.
Right. But
Come on. White people are lame. They'll eat that shit up.
Right. They'll love Ye Music. They loved wow. Oh, wait. Now that's what I call hits. They'll love Ye Music. White people love that on the surface happy shit. The suit says Ye wanted to avoid paying those companies to promote his new albums, Vultures and Vultures 2. So he and Milo allegedly hired an international developer group comprised of several black members, which also included underage teens as young as 14. Oh, no, and Bianca was sending... All
right, but real talk, though, real talk.
Yeah.
If you're one of those 14-year-olds, how pissed are you right now that this got out? Like, dude, you know how much Spank Bank material I got? I was beating it to Kanye's wife every night.
Right?
My room is white. It started out green. It's just amazing.
That is the weird thing about some of those laws protecting us is we take ourselves back to when we were 15. It's like if I had a job where I was just getting porn sent to me, I'd be like, you don't have to protect me from the porn that's coming in. Like,
yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I just I have no problems whatsoever with if 14, 15-year-old me has zero problems with Bianca sending me videos.
Yeah.
In fact, the bigger problem would be is I'd be tempted to send her messages back like, "Hey, what's up?"
The documents say the employees mostly worked remotely, staying in constant communication with Ye, Milo, and their team by using digital and online communication apps such as Discord, Zoom, and Slack. In April 2024, the docs say Milo promised to pay $120,000 to the developer group after they completed the app if they agreed to the work conditions and didn't complain. But things quickly went downhill. The suit says Ye ordered all employees to sign NDAs. Boy, his April, I tell you what, my April and his April were kind of the same month. It's just, although I was on the other end, they wanted me to sign an NDA. And I say they because... now, threatening to fire the miners and refusing to pay them if they didn't sign the NDAs. You can't do that after they start working for you. Miner developers were also required to sign volunteer agreements. Oh, boy. Then Ye's, this is a weird sentence. Then Ye's white managers, who oversaw the foreign and minority workers, allegedly used disparaging language to create a hostile work environment. In group chats, the white managers used harassing language toward the underlings in regards to their age, race, gender, and sexual orientation and national origin. Some team members were called slaves, while others were referred to as new slaves. Well, which one would you rather be? Want to be a slave?
I'm
or a
assuming
new
the
slave?
slaves were the black people, and then the new slaves were like anybody who wasn't black people. Like, hey, you're new to this, slaves.
Oh, okay.
That's my assumption. I've never been in a slave or new slave environment.
The docs say Milo also sent a chat message with black and brown skin emoji to an African team member while calling a younger worker a school shooter. The employees were also bullied into working long hours through the night without pay or sleep. God, this goes a while. Then in late April, Ye announced he was launching an adult film biz called Yeezy Porn, with his wife Bianca sending one worker a file sharing link containing hardcore sexual activity. The minors were not shielded from viewing the videos as they developed Ye's porn app. Bianca is not named as a defendant. Why the fuck not?
Holy Jesus.
On May 1st, after an intense rush period to produce the app, the team allegedly presented Ye with one of the finished apps, but it's not clear in the docs which one. Ye and Milo allegedly never paid the employees for their hard work, leading them to file the lawsuit. The suit is asking for damages for unpaid wages and overtime pay, as well as emotional distress. Kanye and Milo have not responded. Although, here's a letter from Milo, Wednesday, May 1st.
He's still looking for Otis?
I hate you for that. Wednesday, May 1st. I cannot be complicit in the production or dissemination of pornographic films and literature for moral and religious reasons, but also because such material and the kind of people invariably involved in its production represent an imminent danger to my life as a recovering addict and an unacceptable risk to my spiritual and physical health as a former homosexual. I tender my resignation. I will deliver an orderly handover by Friday, May 31st, or the first pornography shoot, whichever is sooner. If at some time in the future the company publicly and permanently abandons any plan to produce, distribute, or profit from obscene content, it would be an honor to serve you again. Yours, Milo Yiannopoulos.
Look, guys, I'm too addicted to cock. If I find out you got, I'm gonna end up looking at one of those videos of some lady getting railed, and all I'm gonna think is, wow.
Oh, man.
That's a nice dick.
Man, if I look at dick, I tell you what, I'm just going to start watering at the mouth and just slobbering all over.
Again.
I'm just going to start biting cocks all over the office. It's going to be fucking terrible. I'll be juggling balls like I was a goddamn circus worker.
I'm going to fall off the wagon and land on a dick.
Grand Poobah with $5 says, hey, Aaron, I sent you an email last week for a couple of VIP tickets to the anniversary show and haven't seen a response yet. Anywho, good show today. If you sent me the email, I got it. I've got them all. I will start responding to them this week. I have a bunch of them. So that puts us at 165 away from today's goal. $1 from Coltrane over on Rumble.
Thank you.
Says SCOTUS is going to be ruling on the Trump immunity case. Today? Like during the show? We got 45 minutes. An hour and 15 minutes if we knock out today's goal, which is at 165. Guys, we're probably a rally away from knocking that thing out. So if you want to jump into Streamlabs, PayPal, or Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, or throw in Super Chats or Rumble Rants, I would love that. Let's knock out that 165 and make it 16 wins in a row. You guys have kept us off mentioning the goal very much today because it's just been a steady influx, and we thank you so much for your financial support.
Yeah, some people have been really annoyed about it, so they have to keep bringing it up. Like, hey guys, this is the goal. What has he mentioned the goal? Like, you guys better hit the goal. And it's just like I love seeing that, and they're like, yeah, if we don't mention it, we mention it too much. If we mention it, and if we don't mention it, people get so pissed in the chat that they mention it for. It's like, hey guys, you better hit the goal. And I'm like, don't even need to say.
I tell you what, yeah, the detractors of this show have a serious boy who cried wolf problem. Johnny, why don't you talk about your show? I'm going to pee. I'm about to burst. And then coming up next, we've got a San Francisco home that's selling for $500,000, but because of squatters, you can't move in for another 30 years.
Yeah. So
we're going to talk about that in just a second. In the meantime, Johnny will wrap with you, and I will be right back.
All righty. We are, people don't like me. That's sad. All right. So we're going to be on at 2 p.m. today, Central Standard Time. I have a couple of different stories that we'll be going through. I was looking up a few while we were doing stuff. I have one that I'm excited to talk about with, you moved it on me, motherfucker. Now I got to scroll down to find it. Shit. This makes me look dumb. No, we covered the Chevron deference thing. So yeah, we have a couple of, there it is. South Korea has suicide booths and they've used one. We have our first suicide booth death in South Korea. Or wait, it says, it's a suicide. So, Mike Watson, no one wants to listen to your shit show. Talk about the headbutts. I don't care about the headbutts. I don't know what you want me to talk about the headbutts. So, sorry, buddy. Futurama is here. Yeah, dude, it's a literal suicide booth. It's what happened? Literal suicide booth.
What?
South Korea has suicide booths, like robotic suicide booths, and someone used one.
Wait, so like a robot kills you?
Yeah.
Oh, a robot murdering you booth.
Yeah.
Why can't you just do it yourself? Like, why does a robot have to do it for you?
Oh, wait, never mind. This story misrepresented the title. The robot committed suicide. I thought it was a suicide booth.
Wait, what?
There's a city council in South Korea said on Wednesday their first administrative office robot was defunct after throwing itself down some stairs. I thought based on the picture and the title of the story, they made it look like it was a suicide booth. And I thought they said they recorded their first robotic suicide.
Right. But hey, can you do me one favor though?
Yeah.
We're on YouTube. Unfortunately, you got to fucking chill out on that word.
Oh,
please.
Yeah. Robotic offing themselves.
I know it's well, you got to watch that too. Like just self-deletion or something like that.
Robotic.
Yeah. I know it's gay. It's a fucking.
Yeah, no, yeah. But either way, so the robot checked out on its own, apparently. Which makes it even funnier. I thought it was somebody checking out with like
using a robot. Yeah.
Yeah, because again, the picture and the title of the story made me think, oh my God, that, because it looked like a booth and it said "Goodbye, Cruel World" on it, and I was like, oh my.
So a robot, as the kids say, a robot yeeted itself.
Yep.
Down a
flight of stairs. So it was either done doing its job and didn't want to do it anymore, or it was pregnant. Either way, at least one life was lost.
Oh, I bet you Imholt headbutted him down the stairs. You know he likes to headbutt. What? Oh, Christ. All right, let's go ahead and let's do this San Francisco story. While we're doing this, why don't all you throw in 5 or 10? Let's get this thing knocked out before we get to nut cutting time. And let's call it a win for the toe. Streamlabs PayPal's the best place for fake donations. If you want to throw us a big fake donation, that's the one that they go nuts over the most, is the fake PayPal donations. So make sure you make your fake PayPal donations to the link in the chat or the one pinned to the top of the YouTube chat, and make sure you clarify that it is a fake donation. We need you to do that. All right, off to San Francisco we go.
It's a one-of-a-kind listing in Russian Hill that drew a long line of prospective buyers last week.
My husband came in and said, you've got to look out the window. And there was a line from the house all the way to the middle of the block right here.
This 1,100 square foot
nosy bitch, mind your own business. Jesus.
home at 30 Northview Court in San Francisco has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, and it's for sale for about $500,000.
I'll be honest, like in San Francisco, to get a 3-bedroom, 2-bath for $488.
Yeah, it's a steal in that neighborhood.
I mean, in San Francisco, it's a steal. Like here, it would be like, Jesus fucking Christ. But like,
yeah,
there, that's great. You got a garage. I mean, on the most uneven driveway I've ever seen, but you have a garage. It looks like your car's going to be tilted sideways when you go in, but you have a garage, which is big.
That price tag is definitely raising eyebrows among neighbors like Isla Smith.
Selling for $488,000. I don't know what to make of it.
It all came as a big surprise to all of us here on the street.
The listing posted on Zillow.
So wait a minute. I have a suspicion here because it's San Francisco. Are the people in this neighborhood saying the 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom is too cheap at $488?
Yeah. They're saying it's massively cheap.
Yeah. They're saying
and that's why there was a line around the block, because this is probably normally like a 1.5 million
Jesus.
Or maybe $2 million home.
I think the guy
San Francisco on one of the nice areas where there aren't, homeless people shitting constantly.
You know what we should do is we should take the guy who turned this city into what it turned into and then took over the state after. We should definitely get rid of Biden and get that guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy we need.
Says the home is tenant occupied and to be sold as is.
11. Look at that. 3 bedrooms, 2 bath, 1,100 square feet.
Yeah.
For $500,000.
There cannot be anything that great about San Francisco.
Or $3,100 a month for your mortgage. And for that, you get 1,100 square feet. Not only 1,100 square feet, a lot of that 1,100 square feet is taken up by 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms.
So, yeah, you don't have a lot of space in there at all. Dude, $31,000 a month. I don't even pay $31,000 on my mortgage in a year.
Dude, and you're paying $488,000. Not only that, the people in the neighborhood are like, it's fucking bullshit. That house is way too cheap. God. By the way, the catch of this story is tenant occupied.
Yep.
Do you guys know what the tenant occupied part means? I'll give you a hint. It ain't rent. Get ready.
The buyer won't be able to move in until 2053. That's another 30 years.
The new owner would have to buy the house subject to a very long rental lease. that is currently being offered to an individual.
According to the listing, the current tenant will continue to live there and pay the same amount of rent every month.
The current tenant pays $417 a month.
So wait a minute. You buy the house, you take over ownership, you collect the rent from that person.
Yeah.
So you're going to be paying essentially $2,700 a month, and you have to upkeep the property so that they don't wreck it.
Yeah.
Sign me the fuck up. Jesus. Who wants to live in this shithole of a city anyway? This is the nice part of town, and everybody's stacked on top of each other. It looks like the most claustrophobic living, and everything looks like it's tilted on its side. God, that city sucks. Who likes this shit? Gays. Apparently. Gays.
Yeah.
For rent.
We went to the offices of Park North Real Estate, hoping to talk to the two real estate agents listing the property. No one was available to comment. We then talked to an attorney specializing in landlord-tenant law.
For some reason, they gave this person a 30-year right of possession. I've seen that before. It's kind of a sloppy way of estate planning. Like, I want to leave some security to this person so they don't have to worry about where they're going to live. And they do it that way. I think they should have done it a different way.
No shit. Like, they shouldn't have tied themselves to this person for 30 years. If anybody buys this fucking house, they deserve what they get.
I do not trust that that person has. I don't think that's legit. I think somebody like conned grandma and just kind of moved in when she died and just is now like, oh, I live here and I've got.
You think
my
it's a
estate.
squatter? You think it's a squatter thing?
I think it's a total squatter thing. Like, they're paying utilities and bills, but then they're paying $417 a month in rent. Dude, we were just talking about how, cheap living here is compared to there. You can't get a nice apartment here for $417 a month. Like,
No.
I don't see anyone setting up oh no, you can live here for $417 a month for 30 years, because somebody will totally buy what is quintessentially a money pit loss and hold on to it for 3 decades while you pay nothing.
Right. I mean, in 2007 in Litchfield, when I got my first apartment, it was $400. And that was for a one-bedroom apartment in a very small town in Minnesota. That doesn't exist anymore.
Attorney Stephen McDonald says the home will be sold as is with the stated conditions. Take it or leave it.
It's for a very, very unique buyer that's willing to get a big, big discount, maybe, 2/3, maybe pay $1 million for a $3 million house and wait 10 or 20 years before you can move in.
A bargain for someone if they're willing to wait. In San Francisco,
You're willing to wait 30 years. So you have to buy another house in the meantime, pay that mortgage off, and then you can move into your other house, which again, it just looks like a stacked on top of shit spot. But apparently that's the nice part of San Francisco.
Yeah, it's the one without shit on the streets.
Yeah, count me out.
And by the way, this is also believing that in 30 years, that area will be worth that much, that house will be worth that value, and that neighborhood will still be standing. I mean, these are all assumptions. You have no way of knowing. Living in a house for 30 years, you're like, all right, well, this thing will be standing when I'm done, hopefully. But at least you're living in it. If something like unforeseen happens, you're living. What happens if an earthquake comes by, your house is destroyed? Like, oh, great. Now, good news, the tenant is out, but so is the entire house.
Yeah.
So.
Mowdip with $4.99 says Pol Pot death toll 1.5 to 2 million. Rookie numbers. Call me when you get to 40. Oh, shit. Mowdip talking shit to Pol Pot Diff in the chat. Jesus. We've got a dictator battle going on. By the way, guys, 160 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our show, please do. Let's go on a rally. We got a half hour left. We want to knock out that 160. We want to call it a win during a holiday week. That would be huge. We got 3 shows this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning. Help us get through this one. Make it 16 shows in a row and 166 out of 167. Thank you guys so much. So, I mean, I don't want to stop anybody from making that dumb of a decision.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's a really fucking stupid decision. I mean, it's remarkably dumb.
I mean, in my opinion, this falls in the same level of falling for a scam. You're falling for a scam if you buy this house.
And for the record, I don't want anybody to be stopped from falling for a scam. Like, if you're going to fall for a scam, do it. King of All Yetis says, you mean the hole that is Litchfield? Yeah, right? That one, too. I said, then go back to Litchfield, not go back to the hole that is I started working in Litchfield. Why would I? That'd be funny if someone's like, yeah, that's why you called it a hole. You started working there, you know. No, we had a terrible fight. And she went, fucking, maybe I don't even need to fucking be here. And I'm like, then go back to Litchfield. And that was, like I said, the worst fight we ever had. And it was, it was the first big fight we ever had, too. And we were about 2 years in. So we had a good run on the fights. We did a good job on that. But yeah, I really hope your guys' worst fight never gets aired publicly. And one side of the story vented to a friend immediately afterward doesn't go public because it's ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
And who would buy that house anyway? The color was horrible.
We've got, the Uvalde chief, Pete Arredondo.
Yep, he's getting in trouble.
This is really good news. The guy, now is this the guy who was on with, what's his name? The CNN guy? What's the Tapper? Jake Tapper.
Okay, yeah. I was thinking Tucker Carlson.
No, the CNN guy, Jake Tapper. Is this the guy who went on with Tapper and was like, "Hey, listen, if ifs and buts were candies and nuts, OJ would still be whatever." And then Jake Tapper's like, "I don't know what that means. A bunch of kids are dead." Or was that might have been the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas police chief? Yeah, either way, like sure. All these police chiefs in all these shootings could have done something and did nothing.
Especially in the case of old Uvalde, there were literally like it seemed more like the police wanted to enforce this happening because there were parents that were fighting to go in to save their kids. Like,
right? Didn't they like mace one of the parents?
I don't
to stop them
know.
From going in.
I just know that it was reported that parents were literally prohibited from going in. And that's one of those where, like, I'm on the side with the parents. I don't give a fuck if you're a cop. If my kid's in danger in there and you're not doing a goddamn thing, I'll go in.
Yeah.
Give me your goddamn gun. I'll do it.
We've got, let's play this of the...
And welcome to News 4 San Antonio. It's in friends. I'm Jonathan Martinez.
I'm Mandy Noel. The highly anticipated debate between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump is over. The clash over personality and politics
for the victim's family.
Oh, here we go.
Officers, including for a recap of the issues as they...
We'll get to that, and they'll get to the debate thing later. Let's zoom this up so we can... There we go. I hate these news stories where you can't full screen them.
Yeah, if you hold control, you can just use your mouse wheel and zoom in.
Thanks. I'm not smart. I don't know things like that. That wasn't a sarcastic thanks. That was a legit thanks.
I've done it before, so...
25 minutes away from trying to get to overtime and looking at 160 for today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, let's go ahead and throw in. Here we go.
They vied to win over undecided voters who could decide the election. But first, developing now, 2 officers, including former Uvalde CISD chief Pete Arredondo, have been indicted for their roles in the response to the Robb Elementary massacre.
News 4 San Antonio's Amanda Henderson live in Uvalde for us tonight with reaction from the victims' families.
More than 2 years after 21 people were killed at Robb Elementary, indictments are being handed down to some of the officers who waited more than an hour to confront the gunmen.
That's another thing to think about. Like, we've been talking about these different cases where there's charges and shit like that. People forget they can add shit at any time. Like, they can, this was 2 years ago and they just indicted these guys. I mean, they have a lot of leeway to kind of gather information and gather evidence and end up charging you.
Well, in this case, I could definitely say I want these people charged. Like,
yeah. I mean, the way they covered their ass afterwards, too. Like, they didn't even... And I understand, like, you're protecting yourself legally, but to not be like, hey, I'm sorry, we could have gone in there earlier and we didn't. We made a bad judgment call. I mean, the way they just kind of, like cops do, the way they just kind of defended each other and got each other's backs afterwards, it was really insulting because there's video of those guys just not doing anything while that guy's in a room with kids with a gun.
Yeah.
And
there's no excuse for it. I mean, like... Oh, we can't go in until we surround the building. Okay, I can understand that. Don't like it, but understand that. Make sure he can't get out one way or another. But literally, once you have all the entrances, it's time to move. Like,
yeah. It's just the fact that they had a chance and they didn't. And it probably led to more people dying. I can't believe you can defend yourself on
and
that.
I don't know what's your excuse. Like, well, we didn't want to just go in all willy-nilly. There were kids in there. That's kind of the point, asshole.
Right? I mean, I could see maybe they're like, well, we didn't want to create a crossfire situation. It's like, well, if you wanted to stop the guy, you were going to have to start a crossfire situation. You know? It's not like there was going to be a time where that wasn't going to be the case.
Knew that there were children in there and they did nothing, and that is neglect and that is negligence.
A source confirming the two men.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was legal scholar Brett Cross with the backwards hat and tattoos. Crushing it. Nailing it.
Facing child endangerment charges are former Uvalde CISD Chief Pete Arredondo and former District Police Officer Adrian Gonzalez. Arredondo was fired as chief
Why do people,
3 months after...
I kind of hate when people do that.
Where they pick up an accent for a word?
Yeah, for one word. Like, if that's your natural accent, you're like, oh, and coming in, we got to Pete Arredondo. Like, that's okay. They talk that way because they have an accent. But you're like, well, and in one of the charges, Chief Pete Arredondo. It's just odd. You're like stopping the way you speak to speak another way and then going back to the way you speak. It's like a weird form of white guilt. Like, if I don't pronounce this in a really Hispanic way, I'm somehow a racist.
Can we double down if you're going to do that? And like you have to play the Mexican hat dance in the background and go da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da Arredondo.
I think the deal
like
should
that way.
I think the deal should be once you say Arredondo like that, you should then have to talk like that until the end of the report.
Genovese.
Margariti. Dominic DeCoco.
The massacre. Gonzalez was part of the district force that was suspended in October 2022.
Arredondo needs to face responsibility. Gonzalez needs to face responsibility.
I would say that Gonzalez guy needs to face speedy justice.
Really?
Yeah. Speedy justice for Gonzalez.
Why?
Because I heard he was a really fast draw. He could get his gun out real quick. In fact, they called him Speedy Gonzalez. Why wasn't he there to help that day? That frustrates me.
I don't know.
He could have brought a speedy end to this entire thing, Officer Gonzalez. We really, you know what? Speedy Gonzalez really fucked us on this deal.
Yeah.
I mean, I expect this from his cousin, Deputy Slowpoke Rodriguez, but not from Speedy Gonzalez. Andale, andale, arriba, arriba, is what I say.
I was about to get to it, but all right.
I think it's time to stop now, Mac.
But there's 300 and some odd more officers that need to face responsibility as well.
Families of the victims and survivors raced to the Uvalde County Jail after hearing the news.
I was told that Mr. Arredondo was escorted out privately in an unmarked vehicle, and I really am disappointed in that.
For people who have
Really? You thought the police were going to give the police chief a fucking perp walk? You really thought that the police were going to give one of their own a perp walk? Not in a million fucking years.
Especially where there might be a very, very real situation of someone being like, my life is over as far as I'm concerned, so I don't mind ending yours right now.
Right.
Been closely watching Uvalde these past 2 years. What message do these indictments today send?
This is the reason why we have fought from day one. We expected our children to be protected and served. Our children, our loved ones, the teachers included.
Now they'll wait to
Yeah, but he had a gun and he was really, really scary, you guys.
see what will happen next.
It's a step. Like I said, it's a step. There needs to be more, but it's a step.
That's just it, though. Like, this shit like this takes forever.
Yeah. But in my opinion, and maybe I'm overreacting, every cop that didn't, like, if I'm a cop on that and they're like, don't go in, and be like, well, then fucking fire me. I'm not standing here. I'm not doing that.
You would like to think so, but they're pretty well trained and they're pretty uniform and they're like backing each other up. Like, remember during COVID when we were like, no, we'll be fine with the lockdowns. The cops will stand up against tyranny and no, they won't.
Yeah, but there's a difference between that and someone doing that to kids. I can't not think of my daughter in that situation. Like, no, I'm going in there and I'm stopping this person.
I absolutely hear you. But I'm saying, like, there's something that happens when they start training those guys that's just like, that just gets programmed or processed out of you. Because we never, like, honestly, when's the last time you saw cops en masse go against an order?
Fair.
Like, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it's ever happened. So, maybe in a movie. But, we have an interesting Trump case update here.
He's been headbutting bitches.
He's been headbutting
Left, right,
people
sideways.
for years and squeezing them until they pop. Ugh. By the way, 160 away from today's goal, guys. We got 15 minutes to go. Help us out. 10 minutes until we rattle the cans and see if we can knock it out. 160 is the number. Help us out. Help us get there and extend the streak to 16 shows, if you will. Let's get in there. Let's do this thing and see if we can hammer it out. Here's the update on Trump. This is going to drive people nuts. The Supreme Court ruled Monday in Trump v. United States that a former president has substantial immunity from prosecution for official acts committed while in office, but not for unofficial acts. So if you're acting as, the sitting president in the office of the president, and this is part of your job, you have substantial protection from prosecution. But for things that are kind of extracurricular, I guess, you don't. The court sent the matter back down to a lower court as the justices did not apply the ruling to whether or not former President Trump is immune from prosecution regarding actions related to efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. So they sent the matter back down to a lower court because they didn't make a ruling on the Atlanta case that he's going through right now. No ruling on the Atlanta case, but it's kind of a ruling on shit that happens from now on, I guess. The question stems from...
I'm saying when the president does it, it isn't illegal.
But that's kind of how it sounds. They are doing kind of a Nixon thing. That, like, the president can do borderline illegal shit as long as he's acting in his official capacity as president.
I don't like this ruling because this precedent would mean things that this administration is doing are technically okay.
Right. I don't think I like this.
With that.
Yeah, I don't think I like this either.
This is bad.
I don't like the idea of the president being like super insulated from being as long as he does it as the president, it's harder to prosecute him. It's like, that's when it should be easier to prosecute him because he's being a motherfucker with substantial power. I can't say I'm happy about this one as I read it now. Those charges stem from special counsel Jack Smith's federal election interference case in which he charged former President Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Those charges stem from Smith's months-long investigation into whether Trump was involved in the Capitol riot and any alleged interference in the 2020 election. Trump pleaded not guilty to all charges and argued he should be immune from prosecution from official acts done as president of the United States. So this is kind of like the Bush v. Gore ruling. Oh, no, it's the opposite of Bush v. Gore. Bush v. Gore was this one ruling we're making about this election only pertains to this election and doesn't pertain to any election afterwards. This one's the opposite, where it pertains to everything but Trump's 2020 shit.
Oh. So is he acting in an official capacity when he asks for numbers and if there was maybe votes that were missed? Again, it's not like he's like, can we make up these votes? Can we fake them and stuff them in? He wasn't trying to stuff boxes. Well, maybe he was.
Yeah. I mean, he was successful at that.
But yeah, I just I don't know about that. The biggest problem I have though is the January 6th stuff where if Trump had truly incited January 6th with all the footage that's been out and all the stuff we've seen, I've never seen one clip of him saying do this. I've never seen a phone video. I've never seen anything where he was like, go into the Capitol. I've seen a lot of it with Ray Epps saying that stuff.
Right.
But he's apparently the one we're not going to hold accountable because he was de-escalating when he said we're going into the Capitol.
Yeah, he was just trying to help people, that Ray Epps guy.
I have a huge problem with anything with like, and the courts want to hold him to for January 6th. I'm like, I'm sorry, January 6th was an inside job. Like that wasn't Donald Trump. That's the current administration.
Yeah, it's a weird ruling because it affects everybody but Trump. I guess maybe the court didn't want to make it look like it was like pulling his fat out of the fire for him.
Well, there's no way you can get that because literally if the court sided with the people and against Donald Trump, everyone on the left would just be like, well, thankfully the court has proved that there is still some justice in America. Yeah. And then if they had gone the whole other way with it, obviously Donald Trump bought the court out when he appointed all the judges, and between this and the loss of Chevron deference, not only will we never knock up a bitch again, but we're going to, quite frankly, lose all accountability for justice and the rule of law in America.
Yeah, I don't. It's just a weird ruling because it applies to some things but not to others. I don't know. Here's what I do know. I do know that we have plenty of stories left for overtime today, but we're still 160 away from knocking out today's goal. There's the links in the chat, you guys. Let's go on a run. Let's go on a rally. In about 5 minutes here, we're going to rattle the cans and see if we can knock this thing out. We've had great numbers and awesome support today. We've kind of been withering here in the last hour. Let's get it to 16 straight shows and keep building that massive streak again. We appreciate it. We got a show today. We got a show tomorrow morning. We got a show Wednesday morning. Due to the 4th of July holiday, we're not going to have evening shows this week. But please and thank you. Send in some money. Knock that goal out. That is the goal we need to keep the wheels on the road, as it were, for the old steel toe. So please and thank you. Let's go on a rally. Let's get that hammered out. It sounds like Zelensky wants to have peace talks with Russia so they can end the war. That's really interesting because back when we thought Biden was going to be president forever, they were happy to keep this thing going and milking the taxpayers' pockets as long as they could.
Stalemate. We need more money. We need more money.
Something tells me somebody sees the political winds shifting in America and maybe wants to get this thing wrapped up and be persona non grata by the time Trump gets in there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I don't think they want Trump looking into Ukraine.
It's kind of like the Fauci thing, like, oh, well, I better get out of here before a lot of stuff comes out that makes me look like a piece of shit. Guess we can't hold me accountable now. I'm gone. Bye.
And then guess what happened? A lot of things came out that made him look like a lying piece of shit. Weird how that happens. So, okay, this will be interesting. Do we get a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine by the election?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too. I think they're going to try and use that as like a poll booster. Like, look, hey, the Ukraine war's over. Look what Biden did, or whoever well, that's the problem. If you get rid of Biden now, the person who's going to, like, if it's Newsom or Harris, you can't really give them the credit. Maybe Harris because she's vice president, but I don't know. And plus, are people going to give a shit enough? They're going to probably just be mad that we were involved with the Ukraine thing for so long. Let's see what Zelensky had to say. And then we're going to knock out that 160, boys and girls. Please throw in a couple of bucks.
We have to find and to prepare this plan and to put this plan on the table during months. We don't have too much time because we have a lot of wounded and dead people on the battlefield and through civilians. That's why we don't want to have this war during years. So that's why we want to prepare this joint plan, put it on the table to the second peace summit.
That doesn't sound like a guy who thinks his country's winning the war.
Sounds like a guy who's like, we're going to get this done because in a few months, chickens will come home to roost, and I don't want to be here when they get here. So
right,
I think he sounds like he wants to bail.
Sounds like he wants to get to one of those nice houses that he bought for himself, or that we bought for him.
Yeah,
sounds like
I don't remember.
Wants to
Somebody
get
paid for it.
out.
Who was it? You or me?
Bigot on socialist media says, "Don't mention the hundreds of thousands of people in Ukraine going without power, you piece of shit." Well, I mean, yeah, it's bad there, man. I mean, it's been really rough, and it's all been to extract money. Like, it's all been for money. We instigated a war between Ukraine and Russia so that we could pay back Burisma deals and put money in rich people's pockets. It's all really, really gross. And the sooner it comes to an end, the better, because the people of Ukraine certainly aren't winning. Russia's going to get a little more territory, so they'll become a little more powerful. Yeah, this is a bad deal all around. All right, guys, we are facing the end of today's show. If we don't knock out that 160 in the next 6 minutes, we've got 6 minutes to go. There's the links in the chat. Let's start a rally. Throw in your money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We need to do it now, guys. 160 is the number. We've been doing great. We hit a snag in the last hour. I want to keep that 16-show streak alive. 160 is the number. Let's do it. If you're feeling generous, throw in a couple of bucks. We'd really appreciate it. Just about to start overtime. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. 5.5 minutes to go, $160 away. Let's watch that number tick on down with everybody thrown in. Don't wait for someone else to start the rally. Everybody start rallying at the same time, and we'll get this thing hammered out in no time. Again, 15-show streak on the line, holiday week. Let's keep it going. I decided not to do evening shows this week because I figured with the 4th of July week, it was going to be really hard to hit those, and I didn't want to stress myself out. I didn't want to stress you guys out, anything like that. Matt's not here this week. But let's go ahead. Let's knock out these 3 big shows. I'd really like to see that happen. 160 is the number. We're 5 minutes away. I don't want to bark. I don't want to bite. I don't want to headbutt. I don't want to do anything like that. I just want to knock out this last 160. I'd like to do overtime. So pretty please, click the links. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Gifted memberships are great. All of it. We got a lot of big stories coming up. We've got, we got a British farmer spraying a guy down with shit for trespassing and protesting his farming. We've got someone whose pride flag has been stolen 5 times out of their yard. I mean, I would have stopped putting it up after the second one. And a bunch of other stuff. Oh, someone using their COVID relief funds for a Brazilian butt lift because that's important. A lot of stuff coming up during overtime today. Throw in a couple of bucks, please. Streamlabs, PayPal, we got to start a rally. We're 160 away. We've got 4 minutes left. No rally has been started yet, and we're 4 minutes away. This is looking bad. 160 bucks is the number. All the links right there in the chat. Let me put them up again. Boom. There we go. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out. I don't want to see this be an L. I know it's a holiday week, but please and thank you on that 160. 3.5 minutes to go, and no rally has started yet. Who wants to be the first one to fire it off? Ah, fuck, man. This is bad news. 160 away and about 3 minutes left to knock this thing out. If you'd like to contribute, go ahead and contribute. 160 is the number. This is looking pretty flat. 3 minutes away during a holiday week. Maybe we should have taken the week off. Well, no, I wanted to address that horse shit today, but other than that, Jesus Christ, it was looking good. But, guys, 2.5 minutes. If you're feeling generous, if you got a little extra to throw at us, boy, do we need it right now. Come on, boys and girls, let's do this thing. Help us out a little bit. Help out the old toe. 2.5 minutes left, 160 away. We have gotten literally zero during this rally period. 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Ooh.
It's the longest fucking 5 minutes that we've endured thus far. Again, still 160. Again, still nothing doing. Ooh, if you hate steel toe, you fucking love this. You think this is a great start to the week. All right, guys, 2-minute warning, $160. Please chip in. Please go to that PayPal, that Streamlabs, that Super Chat, whatever. There's the links again. Click it, rally, get inside of 50 so we can buy ourselves a little time. 1.5 minutes to go. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Wow. Lander says, ayo. Not good. Not very good right now. 1.5 minutes to go. And nothing coming in. 160 is the number. Apparently, we did a dog shit job today. Oh, man. Sorry about the bad show, boys and girls, but if you hate steel toe, this has been a great weekend and a great start to the week for you, so I'm glad we could get you that. We've got 1 minute and change left, and nobody throwing in anything during this big period. Well, I hope you guys watched Johnny's show today. I'm glad I'm taking tonight off. This was a fucking bummer. You guys, we got a little less than a minute to knock this thing out, to help out a little. And we got nothing. We got 35 seconds. All right, we'll run this thing down. We'll say goodbye. We'll get a half hour off to start the week, I guess, and see where it goes from there. Joe Smash with $10. Thank you very much, Joe Smash, for the 10 spot.
Thank
you. We take 7 of that. 155 away from today. $155 away from knocking this thing out. Thanks, Joe Smash. We appreciate you trying to rally up for us, but nothing else. 10, 9, 8. Camo Girl with $5 says start it off. All right, 150 away. Somebody drops in 100 quick. We can keep this thing going for a half hour. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. We got our fucking shit pushed in today, boys and girls. All right, let me do this. Let me erase the streak. I'll hit refresh on everything once more, just to make sure we didn't do it. And fingers crossed, nothing. All right, well, there we go. Erase all that. Goodbye, streak. The streak is over. We'll try again tomorrow. Shit happens. All right. Got that all. It's hard to erase because it's been going on so long. All right. Well, thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. Those of you who did throw in, win some, lose some. I guess you miss every once in a while. We missed by 150 today. Oh, well. Solid numbers. Hit like on your way out. Hit subscribe. Johnny, when are you on today?
I'll be on at 2 p.m. on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble.
All right.
Just kidding, LLC.
Talk to you later, guys. I'm going to leave. Thanks again. We'll be back tomorrow morning.